Viewer discretion is advised. Content might be too kino for consumers. Following symptoms from viewing this content may include, but not limited to, the sudden urge to subscribe and smashing the like button. Stay kino. Stay comfy.
Ah, nice.
Yeah, what's going on?
Same old, same old. Getting to another work week. Waiting for the weekend.
Oh, Rat Gaddy's driving again.
Good old Rat.
Mm-hmm.
Driving once again. Stay safe out there.
Mm-hmm.
10-2.
10-2.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well.
If it's Australia, is it 8-4?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Stole your thunder. That's right.
You got me.
I need to get him on here.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe one day.
I enjoyed our last conversation we had.
Mm-hmm. Well, if he'd quit driving's fun.
You know, you got to do what you got to do.
Got to watch out for them roos.
It is 12:54 and Australia right now. Well, it depends on what part you're in.
AM?
PM.
Or PM.
Yeah. You got 12:54, 1:54, 12:24, 10:54, 9:54. Apparently.
Got to watch out for those STD-ridden koalas too.
Yeah, but the world is flat, people. You know,
is that a thing with the koala bears?
Oh yeah, dude. They have I think it's chlamydia. Like almost all of them have chlamydia. It's chlamydia or syphilis or something like that. Yeah, no, they're pervy little bastards.
Are they the pervy bastards? I mean, somehow it got from us to them.
Little bastards.
Well, the other way around.
Yeah.
I mean, either that or somebody's a little too touchy-feely with a koala at some point.
That's wild.
Uncle Jerry showed up at the koala farm, and next thing you know, boom.
I've
never heard about this. You got me wanting to look.
You know, I have heard that before, but it has been years, so I actually had forgotten until you mentioned that.
Well,
I have heard that before.
I've always wanted to go to Australia, so I've always been fascinated with the whole idea of marsupials and giant marsupials like kangaroos and stuff like that. And the whole country, I thought, I've always thought was really fascinating. So
it says here that one of the leading killers of Australia's enduring koalas is a debilitating bacteria infection, chlamydia.
There you go. Yeah,
dude, that's wild. I would have never thought.
There you go. Yeah,
death by chlamydia, huh?
Yeah, you know what I mean. Could you imagine having it that bad? You just die.
You'd want to die.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying.
I've never had it, but I'll assume it's bad.
Who would have thought?
I had an army buddy of mine that caught it, which is funny because years later he changed his story, tried to say he didn't catch it, that it was something else, but he definitely caught it. But yeah, he was his junk swelled up, and I remember he was out in the field, shit hitting the inside of his clothes, and he was in severe pain. I can definitely say, thank God, I've never caught a single STD.
Same.
Well, you got to have sex for that to happen, Joseph. I mean,
I've had my share.
No, I'm just joking.
Someone else's share too, but still haven't.
I have that once.
It's been very lucky.
Mr. Robert, how's things going, Rob?
Hey, Robert.
Montana Justice.
Talk to us, Robert. How are you doing this week?
Tell us your dreams, your hopes, your goals.
Yeah.
Let us know how the world can crush them.
Or how they already have.
Robert already knows how the world can crush him.
Mr. Den.
Mr. Den.
Awesome. How you doing today, Mr. Den?
Nice. Yeah, I got to get up early, take my son to his taekwondo. That's always fun.
I can get up whenever I want because I don't have any responsibilities, really.
Who needs taekwondo?
I wouldn't mind taking it again.
More like taekwondo, nice. Am I right?
Right. Maybe we need to teach these koala bears taekwondo to fight off these damn predators.
Sexual predators.
Yeah.
Well, I just had a whole nother image in my mind.
Been busy with the boy, Rob. Was everything all right with him? Oh, we're doing pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Awesome.
Hero,
We're
nice.
playing some Loop Hero.
Loot Hero.
Loop. Good old Loop Hero.
76 looks better on the new box than 36 hours with Loop Hero. Huh. Mm-hmm. All right, then. I beat the story mode of Diablo 3 tonight.
Did you?
Oh, did you?
Mm-hmm.
You doing our
Pretty
music?
fun.
Nice to have you here. And what would you rate the story for originality?
I don't know. I just skipped through all the dialogue. To be honest with you, I was on a mission to just get through it. I just played it on easy and just, I mean, they don't call it easy. It's like normal or something like that. But now they have like an after game where you can do adventure mode and, like Nephilim rifts and stuff like that, which I'll probably check those out tomorrow. But I mean, from what I saw of the story, it seemed pretty cool. I mean, it's not really like a super long, super big story. I mean, it's pretty obvious. It's kind of like, I don't know, every generic story that you could imagine. I mean, if you just think about the fact that Diablo's taken over souls, you could pretty much just, fill in the blanks. But I liked it. It was fun.
Mutated Cutie, how you doing? Team Bacon, we Baconators won't be silenced. That's so wrong on so many levels.
Bacon sounds delicious.
I know,
Bacon's
right?
Good, man.
Now I'm hungry.
I'll have to watch a couple of his cooking videos again. Get some food.
I think he's only got one.
The only one? I thought he had a few others.
He should have a whole lot more cooking videos.
He should. I think the last Bacon Wednesday he had it's been damn near a month, hasn't it? Like 3 weeks.
It was the Fallout video. I actually thought that was a good video.
It was good.
Yeah.
He did a really good job.
I mean,
I liked it.
It helps when it's one of my favorite games of all time, but.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, of course.
I've been trying to set up an emulator so I can start doing old retro games that I used to play back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Like some of the old 8-bit adventures.
Yeah.
Games like Questron or Ultima.
Damn, I haven't thought about that in a long time.
And I don't mean like Ultima 4 or online, but like the original, like way back when. What was it, Lord Britain? What are we watching here?
I think this is what Rob's talking about, Loop Hero.
Yeah, Loop, yeah.
It's definitely got an old school look to it.
It does.
What did happen there? Did you create your own dungeon or something? Like, it looked like you set the tile ahead and was like creating a path forward or something.
Does it have a build mode, Robert?
I mean, it looks like it. He says it has town building aspects. I don't know how involved that would be, though.
Multiplayer or single player?
I think it's single player, if I'm not mistaken.
Redfall being 30 FPS.
Yeah, have y'all seen that?
I didn't hear about that, no.
Yeah, like Redfall, from what I read, was like everything that they had on showcase for the game through the duration of the build up for the release and everything was 60 FPS. And then now they're saying the game will only be 30.
Holy shit.
Yeah. So people are like, what do you mean? Damn, look,
30 on Redfall?
Yeah. Oh, be careful, Rhett.
Yeah.
That might have been something you should have known a while ago.
Yeah. He's like, hold up. Well, Houston, we got a problem.
Thank God we caught you before Saturday night, huh?
So what is the launch of Redfall? Is it already out? I thought it was still coming.
They're getting tested.
Right.
Big koala-sized condoms out there. Try to see what we find. Okay, it's May 2nd.
Yeah, May 2nd.
So it's about a month away.
Yeah, but still, the build-up that they had for the game, that kind of got. I mean, what do y'all feel about FPSs and or just frames in general?
Your eye only sees, for the most part, around 30 frames per second. Anyways.
Oh, whatever! Yes, you were crazy. As hell.
You can tell the difference, but if the game is enjoyable and the story is good and the gameplay is fun, I don't think the frames are going to make that big a difference. Now, if it was a competitive game, like where you're one-on-one with somebody else, yes, then that frame is going to make a big difference. But when you're playing against AI, I don't think it's going to be that big a deal.
Yeah,
I think you're crazy. I think
that's my experience.
Y'all are crazy as hell.
I mean, look at some of the
depends on the game.
Great game. Yeah, it depends on the game. Like I said, if it was Call of Duty, that would be like a death.
You can name any game right now that's 30 frames, and I could argue that if it was 60 frames, it would be better.
Well, I mean, it would be better, but it isn't going to make that much of a difference.
But is it going to make a difference?
I mean, more is obviously better.
I mean, it can matter with the experience of playing the game.
Always.
I mean, if you go up to 60 frames per second and the game slows down, well, then I ain't sure how ain't better.
That's what I mean, though, about it being dependent on the game. Like, isn't that what we did with the settings with 76, where we increased the frames?
Yeah.
See, that makes a big difference.
And it's a big night and day difference because it's like the fluidity in your movements is just a whole lot.
Yeah, but when I did it, I didn't really notice that big a difference.
Well, that's because of cataracts or something. I'll stand on that hill.
That's bullshit. He has Pontiacs. They're not cataracts.
Yeah. Right. Well, my thing is anytime you can get them frames, though, I'm going to choose that any time of day.
Well, I agree with you. I would rather have higher frames, but is it something I'm going to say, no, I'm not going to play a game because it only comes in 30 frames? It would depend on the game, obviously.
Well, that's where it goes into the argument where people were just upset with how they displayed it in 60 FPS, and then all of a sudden we're releasing it in 30. A different story.
I agree with that.
That's fraud. To me, that's fucking fraud.
Especially if it's been on
it's this and it's not, then
especially if it's on pre-buy. You bought it ahead of time. That's why I won't buy a game, ahead of time anymore, because I've so many times if I finally get the game and then completely let down. Or it's not I wouldn't say completely let down, but at least it's not what I expected.
Well, and even at 30 frames per second, it's still going to have there's some wild requirements coming out for PCs, man. Like if you're going to play a game on PC, it's just crazy. You almost have to have a graphics card, a dedicated graphics card, just to play friggin'
every 3 months.
YouTube, or some shit like that. That's what I've been having a problem with my editor, is that now that I increased my RAM, now I need a different graphics card because they upgraded it and I can't backdate it. I tried. So now it's well, no, we need this. It's dude, I'm not doing anything fancy. I'm literally just cutting and pasting pretty much.
That's kind of what gets me with the 60 frames is, we get the hardware that, when this Xbox came out, everybody was like, oh, it can do this. It can do this. We got it doing this. It's the most powerful wazoo ever. And then you still have games that are coming out at 30 frames.
Well,
to me, that's kind of
there's a lot more to that, though. I mean, if you're doing large distances and large draws, you're drawing mountains at miles
rendering
away.
Distance.
Yeah, rendering distance is way out there. Yeah, you're gonna have there's more video memory being filled up with all that layers. That you're gonna have to slow down the frames. And yes, if you were to bring it down close into like I said, like Call of Duty, you're running around in small areas, then you can get that frame rate super high. But when you start getting out bigger games with larger draw distances, especially with a lot of effects, fog and all that, then it's gonna affect your rate.
Well, that just
Yeah.
sounds like a them problem. You know,
It's a,
like
I don't know, it's an issue
Rob's
with all
saying,
games. You
the
know, that
problem with reverting back to 30 FPS is people's eyesight at blurry graphics gives headaches.
No, I can see that.
And that's, you know, I frequently get headaches sometimes when I play.
hmm
But
That's why I started wearing these blue blocking glasses. Man, they do help because I was
I need to
getting
go get
nasty
some.
headaches.
Well, I just need to get headache. I mean, not get headache. I need to get eyeglasses anyhow.
Yeah, my eyes are still good, but the blue light, man, was just killing me. I mean, if I'm not watching YouTube or watching TV or something, I'm on my phone or.
Yeah, I just got these ones here, and I got the blue shield on it.
It's nice. It does make a difference. I mean, last week I had a headache, pretty much like one of those back of your eyes, like eye strain headaches for like 3-4 days straight. Started wearing these and it went away. I mean,
I just wear my hater
winter,
blockers.
but-
And I figure my retinas are probably shot. You know, I've IT worked.
Well, hold the
so
fuck
many
up.
years
I like how
looking
you
at
were just
VR.
saying about you couldn't see 30 FPS to 60 FPS. And
Well,
now
there
we're
might be a
talking
reason
about
for that.
now we're talking about how shot your eyeballs are.
They probably are, though.
I knew there was something to this.
Joseph wonders why. Oh well.
Things to ponder, I'll tell you.
Have y'all seen how much money Bud Light has lost?
I've heard that.
I've heard 5 billion and I've heard 3 billion.
I mean,
But I mean, once you
think
get a
1
billion,
yeah, 1 billion's enough of a loss to me.
Is it actually facts or just
it's
people
facts.
making up?
Yeah, I think it's just to do
facts.
with their actual stock.
It's their market value.
Yeah, it's nosedived significantly enough to where people were being let go.
And I heard the lady that did it, the advertising lady, I heard that she stepped down, but that's unverified. I don't know.
Well, you know, I mean,
I agree, Dylan. It is water.
it is. Yeah, it is. It is. You know, if you don't ever drink water, drink some good old Bud Light.
Man, I'm not gonna sit here and say I haven't drank gallons of it.
Yeah, I've drank plenty of Natural Light, Bud
Never
Light.
drank Natural Light.
Yeah,
Bud
it's
Light,
just it's a Natural Light to me is more of a watery beer than in comparison to Bud Light. It's like, you know, it's like you got Bud Light or you got Natural Light, Bud Light, and then you got Budweiser. It's like you're climbing up the, you know, totem pole there, but
the white trash totem pole.
Yeah, the white trash. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, look, my grandfather, he switched up to what is it, Coors? Because he drinks beer just about every day, and
that's what my grandpa drank. He drank the Coors full leaded banquet beer for decades, and then the doctor told him he had to quit drinking, so he switched to the Silver Bullet.
My thing was like I was talking to him about it, and you know, he's
it's light beer.
He's unique in his own way, but you know, he was making a big deal about the can, and I was like, you know, I don't care what they put on the can, just as long as they don't put anything in the beer, you know, something to make the frogs gay or something, you know, like just keep the beer the same. If the contents in the can's the same, what does it really matter, you know?
Yeah,
that type of stuff doesn't bother me. It's not no hill I'd want to die on. Either way, like I say, the beer sucks in general. So you know, I'm not going to be drinking it no matter what they put on it.
Damn. Yeah. What's your choice of a drink?
Here we go.
A beer? I'm not actually a big beer fan, except for like Zima. But
there it is. There's the Zima.
Yeah, I will drink Miller Genuine Draft.
Dude, Zima just sounds like an eczema medication, like an ointment.
But I don't like beer. Zima? I generally drink wine coolers if I drink, or I go hard alcohol, you know, or mixed drinks.
Mine's almost exclusively hard alcohol.
Dylan, you want to join in with us?
Like literally exclusively.
I know he drinks some beer from time to time.
You Bud Light, got that right.
I don't know. I actually thought about do you have any Aussie beer in the U.S.?
Not really, no.
Yeah, I don't think we do.
I used to have a Facebook friend that was in Australia that drank Victoria bitters literally like every day, all day. But I don't think we have any. I guess Foster's, but I mean, is that really like Australian? I mean, I don't know. We have Foster's, but I mean, it's kind of like saying Corona's Mexican. I mean, it's not.
Well, I see a
it's
article
barely.
here back in 2017, Australian brewery beer coming to the U.S. So we probably do.
Yeah, we
Handcrafted
probably do.
Australian brewery.
Huh.
Plus, you can
I've
buy
drank
it
Foster's, but
offline.
I'm
I
trying to
haven't
see if
had
there's
it in a long
any
time.
brand I've ever drank.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
There's a
I know I've
variety
drank
of them.
Foster's. But I mean, that's the only one that I can really think of.
Bacon. Check your DMs.
I'm gonna investigate now. There might be Australian beer that I don't even know about.
Says he's editing at the moment for a new Bacon Wednesday.
Nice.
So
Nice.
he says he can take a break and join. Do we want him to take a break or not?
That's up to him if he has time to do it.
That's up to you.
Well, it's not. I mean, it's not necessarily up to I got to remember how to invite this man on here.
I mean, I don't really care.
Let's see.
D Rhino says yes, but
Oh, there you go.
he's been canceled, so he doesn't.
Yeah, he's canceled. Hey, D. Ryan, did you see the intro?
Canceled.
Canceled. I thought he would appreciate it.
He probably did. If he saw it, he might have got in late though too.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering when he got in if.
Dylan's got our back. That's right.
That's right.
Most definitely.
Hell, I'll send him one too, just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah, the more in the conversation, the better.
Well, I mean, it depends on how much they interrupt the conversation, though, too. If it becomes a can't get a word in edgewise kind of moment.
Did y'all see the Super Mario news?
I did.
Yep.
500 million.
I still haven't seen the damn thing, but
I know it makes me sad.
Well, we were going to go last weekend, but then we had some family emergencies, so we didn't.
You got issues.
Yeah.
What is family emergencies? I don't have one.
I never had a family. No.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on with
He likes it.
Didn't you say it was your mother-in-law?
Yeah, my wife's mom's in the hospital for well, it's hard to say for sure because she went in for ammonia originally, but then they let her out, and then she was back in a couple of days later because her oxygen levels dropped.
Yeah,
and then they found like a lump in her lung, so they have to look at that, and we're waiting to hear back.
Yeah,
definitely, it's rough on my wife. My only mother-in-law I've ever liked. So, and I can.
How many have you had?
Well, I had 3. First one, if I could get away with murdering her, I'd be doing the world a favor.
Whoa. Canceled. Again. Now you got to do another intro.
Now she's dead. Supposedly, she didn't fake her death. I wouldn't be too sure. Supposedly, she passed away in Mexico.
Terminal bitchiness.
Yeah. Well, that woman was evil, like literally evil woman, like Cruella Ville. You got nothing on this woman. Mm-hmm. The
Sony Punk. How's it?
Hey, Sony Punk.
When I went to get my divorce, the lawyer I had paid to go through my divorce, we had to go meet, with the other side, and for the first arraignment.
Yeah.
And my wife they had her lawyer, and then of course, or ex-wife, I should say, had her lawyer, and had her mom there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my lawyer, as soon as we were done, he was like booking out of there, and I'm like trying to catch up to him. And he turned around and he told me, I want to get away from that woman. And I was like, okay. And he's like, if I knew that was your mother-in-law, I would have charged you double.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
See, me being married twice, I was lucky. They never fought the divorce. I think most of it was because they knew, the level with which things were going. Well, my first wife actually was going to try to fight it, and then I'm like, well, I mean, you are fucking my best friend, so I think you can at least let me have my stuff.
She's canceled.
Cancel.
Yeah, Robert, I just looked into it. It says 2025, a Minecraft movie. So far, it looks like Jason Momoa is going to be in it.
Kind of odd.
Yeah.
What type of arts effect would they go with? Would they go with?
Well, he said it was going to be live action.
Live action?
I don't see how they're going to pull that one off.
Maybe Marvel could do the graphics. They had the way they did the what was it? The guy's name?
Oh, I got you.
The last Ant-Man movie.
Nobody watched it but you. I hadn't seen it. I don't think Jason has, or
I can't
anybody
remember
else.
The guy's name right now. It'll come to me later.
It says a malevolent Ender dragon sets out on a path of destruction, prompting a young girl and her group of unlikely adventurers to set out to save the overworld.
Wow.
I just don't know how that'll go over. Are you going to watch it, Rob?
Well, we'll definitely watch the trailer and make a point. That
Spawn graphics.
Sure.
Well, I mean, I don't think I just looked up to see if there was a trailer, and I didn't see one.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's Bacon.
Yeah, he said he'll watch it. Would you watch a Minecraft video or movie, Bacon?
A Minecraft movie? I mean, technically one does exist. It's the Telltale series, Minecraft. I consider those kind of just like movie play experiences. They're not really games. Kind of like with The Walking Dead. Yeah, I can consider that a Minecraft movie.
Almost like a
but
visual
I
novel.
did see the Mario movie. I did see it.
And what was your thoughts?
You know what? For a movie I thought was going to be a complete dog shit cash-in, I actually quite enjoyed it. Now, yeah, I enjoyed it a lot. My favorite thing about the movie was all the Easter eggs and like all the Easter eggs they're so good and so well placed. If you ever played any of the classic games or any of the classic Nintendo games, you'll know them right off the bat. I won't spoil anything, but I'll say one thing: a certain character's phone, a certain character's ringtone is a GameCube startup.
That's a heck of an Easter egg right there.
And also, Jack Black as Bowser.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's your thought about Peaches?
Anna Taylor-Joy?
Well, no. Well, I mean, I've got to ask you your opinion on her, but I'm talking about Jack Black's Peaches.
Oh my god, it's so good. Even Lyrical Lemonade did a music video for it. The same guy who did Juice WRLD music videos. I found that hilarious.
Yeah, I loved it. I was going to try to get a ringtone of that.
Hey, Devil's here.
I'm a fucking devil.
Hello, Bacon. Join the cancellation gang. Oh, I was there when that happened. I was there.
Yeah.
Jesus,
Peaches,
no
peaches,
comment.
peaches. Yeah, I don't know. I catch myself randomly during the day saying that at appropriate times.
I cleaned up the last time I was here.
Yeah, I know. I need to shave myself.
I need to get to the hairstylist.
Yeah, you do.
I know. I got rid of the red hair. No red hair. Red hair is for chumps.
I like red hair. I used to have red hair at one point.
Used to go well with the whole. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. The red hair did go well with the whole bacon thing because I did look like a piece of bacon with tan and red.
Would you be willing to get a spray tan?
No. I don't think it would work for me. No. I don't think a tan would work. I'm just too pale, man. I mean, I've been look at me. I look like Slender Man if he was even more anorexic.
Yeah, I don't know about all that.
I don't know. I have never gotten a spray tan.
Neither have I.
I refuse.
Nope.
I dated a girl one time that she would do it like frequently, but it just, you know, that ain't what ended the relationship. But, you know,
Like, how long does it last?
it lasts for a little bit. She went pretty frequently, though. Like, I didn't really keep up with their schedule of doing it. It was just a matter of, you know.
People get addicted to it.
Yeah, like one day.
What the hell is an addiction? I don't have any addictions.
Yeah, she went on orange, and then she would be orange. We need to get
orange.
We need to get old Sony Punk on here too.
Yeah, he has the setup for it.
Yeah, I know.
I used to know someone that used to get Botox, but that's something that after seeing, especially after seeing them do it, there's no way I would ever do that. Their face would get all puffy and look red for like literally a week.
My face is all puffy.
You know, I was seeing something where people do it to get rid of headaches.
I've heard that actually. I have heard that. But
yeah,
it's a pretty extreme method of getting rid of headaches.
Yeah, no kidding. Like, that's super extreme. But I mean, I guess if your headaches are bad enough, it would be worth it if it actually helps. I don't know though, man. It just seems awful risky.
Well, like I said, I knew a doctor that went in for that type of thing and basically had a stroke and lost his whole thing. His company, everything. Definitely not something you want to do. That's for sure.
God damn. That's insane. And I'd imagine there's no recourse for it either. Like, if something like that happens to you, it's not like you can sue the people because I'm sure you've got to sign all the waivers and all that crap.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know on his side on that aspect, but I would assume you're right. He probably signed away. Any operation I've ever had, you sign away all your rights, pretty much saying that you're aware of this and aware of that, and then something goes wrong, and they just wipe their hands of you.
Yeah,
it's the problem with our medical. They'll definitely kill you in a moment and charge you an outrageous amount of money for doing it too.
Mm-hmm.
So, what's your video about, Bacon?
Now that'd be telling. I don't like to spoil that kind of stuff. I'll leave hints, but I don't like to just flat out say it. I like to keep the mystery. I'm kind of like Kris Kringle. I come around a few times. Kind of like a dad. I'm your father.
Oh, you've never met my father. So,
kind of like your dad and Santa
Claus is trash. RE4 remake is a 0. I just sent you a link, Sony Punk. Why don't you join us and tell us all about it? We got who's hyped for Diablo. I've got a few friends that are hyped for it.
I'll play it.
Yeah, I would consider playing it. Like if I had other
just say
people
RE4 is trash.
Yeah, that's why I sent him the link. I was like, let's talk about it.
Get your ass in here, Sony Punk. Let's have a discussion.
I'm looking forward to the Star Wars game, Soul Survivor.
Oh, Jedi
that's
Survivor.
My big next
looking good.
And as we were talking earlier, that was it Redfall. That actually looks good. If it's at 30 FPSs, I'll definitely probably be playing that one.
What if it was 29 FPS?
Yeah.
Well,
And then I'm a devil saying 10 out of 10 masterpiece.
Did you send the link to Sony through Twitter?
Yeah.
Check your Twitter, Sony.
I just figured people would have notifications on. I mean, fuck me for thinking that.
Yeah. God, Mike, you got to know.
You
So
know,
insensitive.
I'm old school. You know, it's just like when the phone
It's
rings, you pick it up
2023.
and
Keep up
answer
with the
it.
change.
You know, if you don't know who it is, then of course,
Mm.
don't. But
That's an even better reason to answer the phone, to be honest.
yeah, I can tell you about the time my stepdad had like so many telemarketers calling him, like bill collectors and everything, and he would tell me, he was like, "Look, if somebody calls, and you don't know who they are, just tell them I'm dead." And sure enough, a lady had called one day and was like, "Hey, Sid there," and I was like, I hate to tell you this, we just moved into this house about a couple weeks ago, but unfortunately, Sid died. And then she was like all devastated on the phone and everything. Look, apparently it was his ex-wife, and I just didn't know it. Yeah, he has 2 kids with him, and
Whoops.
it was an unfortunate time because then once I told him, I was like, "Hey, some lady called, talking about Sid," and I told her what you told me to tell him, and
Whoopsie doodles.
she wasn't too happy about it.
I did that to a guy one time. He was calling for my brother. So I told him my brother had passed away, and there had been a fire that just happened in downtown.
What's up, fellas?
It's
So
at the
I told
fucking
him
Sony punk.
I told him he died in the fire.
Yes, it's the
Nice.
what's
Damn.
up, Bacon? How you doing?
What up,
How's it
punk?
going, man?
Not much, man. Chilling.
Now tell us why this game is a 0 out of 10.
It's soulless, dude.
Soulless.
Soulless.
Yeah,
Like the
soulless.
storyline sucks, or is it
It's
just
like
gameplay?
it's like a cartoon. It's a baby game.
Okay, listen here, Sony bum. I need you to listen to me straight, okay? The only thing soulless right now is the shit spewing out your mouth, okay? This game is a great 10 out of 10. You're just oblivious to good games.
Is it?
Nah,
is
man,
it
that
you
game
just don't
is
like the art style? Is that what it is?
It's cringe. It's too woke.
So what's
The fuck?
too woke about it?
Can't look up the dress.
Can't look up the
You
dress.
could never in the original game.
God. This man.
That's the only reason I wanted to play the game. I can't look up her dress.
Couldn't even do it in the VR.
That's sad. That is sad.
I spent $70 to not be able to look up the dress.
So you bought the game solely on being able to look up the dress?
I mean, I'm right there with him. I don't blame him, to be honest with you.
But I like how it's like 0 out of 10. Why? Soulless. Why? Because I can't jack off to this looking up a girl's skirt.
Shinji Mikami was a pervert.
Ugh.
Well,
Well, I mean,
there's all this. Never mind. My brain's going dead right now.
It's time to shut that shit down.
I'm just going to say this: the famous words of people that's no longer part of the community. Shit writes itself.
Oh, here we go.
But anyways,
so what about gameplay?
I beat it on I beat that game on assist and went back through it on standard
There we
mode.
go. He beat it on assist.
Is there other things in life you have to be assisted on?
Yeah. Well,
I'm just saying, what was the gameplay like as opposed to just playing it on assisted mode? Was the mechanics of the game fluid? Did it feel natural? Was the combat good? Was the story good outside of not being able to look up her dress? Or
it was all right. I mean, it was a good weekend play game. Like I played it, beat it, and moved on.
you haven't? So you played it what, twice?
I haven't finished beating it on
So you
standard yet. I think I'm like chapter 10 or so on
Lord.
my standard playthrough.
How
Have you not-
many hours did it take you to get through the first time on easy?
About 3 days.
Playing how many hours a day?
Yeah.
A couple hours at a time.
So
So we're interrogating the fuck
probably
out this
6-8
guy.
hours.
Keep in mind, he's
Where'd
never
you get
played
the
the
gun?
original. He's never played the original. I had to get him on the original before the remake came out.
Well, then that might explain all. Then why the fuck is he talking about looking up the skirt?
It's Sony.
'Cause
Punk. Have you not seen his Twitter?
What are you talking about? My Twitter's clean.
No.
Yeah, clean. Here, Sony Punk's Twitter is the reason why people are horny on their second account.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I haven't looked at it, but
I have a clean Twitter. I don't support none of that bullcrap game thoughts.
Twitter, you should have
Couldn't
seen
look up the skirt. 0 out of 10.
You should have seen his Tumblr that he had.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Yeah, exactly.
So what all did they change to it, Devil?
I mean, they
Is
cut
it
some things.
reinvented?
It's reimagined, yeah.
You think in a good way?
The Delago fight, I thought was pretty cool. It definitely is a little bit. I would say the game is slightly harder than the OG.
Mm.
There's
why
just subtle
Punk had
things.
to play it unassisted.
Yeah. There's just subtle things that they changed. It's I don't know. I know Crowcat did a video on some of the things, and the sound design in the OG is just so much better because you're sitting there in front of the church, and you don't have any kind of like dread other than the looks. Like the graphic design is okay, but as far as sound design, I think it's subpar compared to the original.
Mhm.
They definitely, I mean, people can complain and say, "Oh, it doesn't do the Resident Evil 4 at the beginning of the game," and they took out the original soundtrack or whatever. But I mean, it does suck that you have to buy the deluxe edition in order to get that back. I went through the game on standard with little over 16 hours beating that game the first time. And I had all those extra things on there from the deluxe edition. What is that?
I can't make it out.
Dylan, the details. Cyberpunk 2077 PS5, the game that took my virginity. I love your titles, Dylan. Keep them coming.
I mean, I would hate to think he lost his virginity that late, but
So do you think the deluxe version is just a way to get the extra money to cover the costs of licensing of the music?
I don't know, honestly.
I mean, because a lot of times they lose the rights of the original music and they have to come up with a new deal in order to get them back. And I know that can be an issue, especially on games that have been over a long period of time.
That I never thought about that. So yeah, that could be a way.
Me personally, I only had 3 problems with the new remake. Only 3. The witty banter between Leon and the villains, with the calls, calls with Salazar and all of that, they're all gone. All of that is pretty much been removed from the original game. Ada's voice actor is very boring. I don't know who they hired, but she phoned that in literally.
Yeah, I think it was the first time they
lines
actually
off of a fucking phone, off a Skype call.
hired an Asian for the Asian role, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, she was getting death threats.
I know.
It was so bad. I don't think it was that bad.
I don't think any bad voice acting deserves death threats, in my opinion. But
yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
And and also what you said, Devil, is the sound design. I think the sound design is it's peak in the original game, and this game has good sound design, but it's just not. I don't think it was the focus for this remake. Like back then, they made sure the audio design was so good, so peak, and I wish they would have just carried some of that sound design just into the new remake, or just do a cover of it. It's not that hard. You guys really have the fucking music sheets for that shit. You have all this. You have all the files. Just do that. Hell, there's even if you buy the deluxe edition, you get the original RE4 soundtrack, and when you press start, it says, "Oh, by the way, that's also a problem. I can't believe I have to buy the deluxe edition just for the guy to go Resident Evil 4." Are you fucking kidding me? I got to spend $20 extra to hear that shit.
Yep.
Yeah,
Everyone was going to say that too. That whole thing, hearing that, the Serenity song whenever you're trying to save, and just I don't know.
And the typewriter is bogus. Remember the OG typewriter?
Right. where it actually typed it out and everything. Yeah, it's.
Oh my god! Even in VR, it was even better because you actually used the fucking typewriter, and now it's just a fucking menu. God, I was so disappointed.
Yep.
So
But
why do you think they
everything
took
else
out the banter?
The game, in my opinion, is very short. Like just going through it and skipping all the cutscenes, all the comms calls from Hunnigan. It seems just extremely short.
I call it.
And I feel like I don't know. It's like a last minute decision to throw in the regenerators. You know,
Dude,
it's like,
the
oh,
regenerators got
this
cake though. Now
character.
they got
Yeah.
cheeks.
Yeah.
Have you seen the cheeks the regenerators got? Oh my
Yeah.
god. Oh.
Well, they had to make up for the skirt somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
See, look, Sony, you didn't get any of the skirt, but you didn't even appreciate the regenerator cheeks. Come on, bro. What kind of fan are you? Fake fan. Real fans appreciate regenerators.
I didn't even play it, so I just got to go
Yeah,
by
because
what
you're still
y'all
probably
are
playing
saying.
Hogwarts Legacy.
I haven't played that, and I haven't actually really played anything. I played a little bit of like Valhalla.
Mm-hmm.
I played a little bit of the Fatal Frame game that came out that was imported. It was
Hogwarts
like, I
Legacy
think,
was a snooze.
2008.
Oh,
It
here
came
we
out in
go.
Japan or something.
This one's for you, Mike. He said Hogwarts was a snooze. I'll let you fight this.
Oh, I
battle.
don't. I'd like. No, shit. I ain't got to fight no battle. Look at the sales. Look at the ratings.
Oh yeah.
It got reviewed bombed and still fucking did what it did.
It's a hell of
So,
a
I mean,
game. They just need to add to
That's
it.
why I was saying, some opinions, all opinions really are subjective. But then when you look at an overall objective review on the game as a whole, when you got 30,000, 50,000, 100,000 people saying the game's good, you can say objectively that game's a good game. It's just not for me if I didn't like it.
Right.
The story wasn't innovative at all. It was quite boring, and a lot of the
I'll
a
agree
lot of the
with you
side
there.
quests was just it was just fetch quests. No, and
Well, the content was there. It's just a matter of
exactly
what they could have did with it. Now the story, starting off as this 5th year with no fucking background, nothing to disclose how he even got there, or why is he there starting as a 5th year, like what happened to his family, who's his family, how did he get his fucking letter, it's just like there's a lot of stuff there that they could have went with that they didn't. And that's where they were overly ambitious with like the Merlin trials and everything else. The resources that they put in for the design for all that could have been utilized in other areas of the game to kind of explain where this dude's coming from. Like where is your character coming from?
Right.
A lot of people say, well, you can just make up your own story that way. Oh,
I
I'm
didn't
a 5th
give
year
you-
that came from North Carolina, and I just so happened to get my letter in the mail, and just
I didn't give you $60 or $70 for me to write the fucking story.
Exactly.
Oh, you just chat GPT it, you'll be fine.
Yeah. I'm there to enjoy the story that you've written. And I agree. That's one of my biggest complaints with it is just like, oh, here's this person. Boom, there you go. Wow. Super powerful wizard. Can see ancient magic. Like, yeah, where is the fucking backstory?
For all the fans, though, myself included, in certain areas, they did exceed my expectations.
Mm-hmm. I thought the game was great.
Yeah,
I fucking loved the game.
I can still find flaws in any game.
Sure.
But, I enjoyed what I got out of it. I feel like I got my money's worth.
To me, it sounded like a great game for a DLC. Although they rarely do DLCs now.
Well, yeah, they're talking about they never had planned to do a DLC. Me and Jason had discussed this. I would much rather them utilize the resources into a sequel rather than going, okay, we had a popular game pop off. Let's rush a DLC, and then it comes out half-ass, and then it's like, I would have rather you took the time and gave us a full-length game and it actually be decent. Because there's multiple stories they could go with.
Oh, hell
they
yeah.
could follow Sebastian's sister trying to find a cure for, the sick girl.
Oh, do you think they could use the major framework of the game, like not have to change that much and just add the story?
I don't think they would really necessarily have to change too much.
Mm-mm.
It's just give us more of a fleshed out. Yeah. Because I think it's 7 years that you got to go through.
Yeah, it's 7 years.
I mean, they got 2 more years, and if they do a sequel, and then they go, oh well, here goes a flashback to before you was a 50, or this is how you got there, they could like kind of capitalize on that, on their errors to begin with. And that might be their whole plan to begin with, but I really wouldn't think so, considering they're like, well, we didn't plan a DLC, and we didn't, we ain't playing that. I mean, because you got to remember their whole team was just trying not to get canceled from the word go.
Yeah, literally. Yeah,
And I mean,
it's true.
I still appreciated the game for what it was. I fully plan on playing RE4, but I just want to wait for it when it comes on sale. Because I don't see spending $60, $70 on a game that I've already played, even though they've added stuff to it and this, that, and the other. And
I'll play it too. Yeah.
Well, me, like aesthetically with Resident Evil, I've always been into the survival horror aspect of it. And to me, I think RE4 was like the first game to me in the series that made me feel like it went more action oriented than survival horror.
Yeah. Well, see, and I'm not really like, I've never been a big Resident Evil game fan. I've played them, but I'm gonna be the kind of person that'll probably buy it when it gets cheap for the holidays, and then I'll play it at my leisure. I'm not gonna play. I'm gonna pay full price for it. I can wait.
Yeah, I'm the same as Jason on that one.
I mean, it's not like I have to play it. And there's so much other shit that I can play. I mean, hell, I've got games that I probably bought 2, 3, 4 years ago that I can play that I've never even touched.
Yeah.
I've got like a 300 game library. I got shit to play. I know it's funny too. It's one of those weird things where it's like you start up your Xbox, you start looking through your games. It's like, damn, I don't have anything to play. Then you go to the store and it's like, what the hell am I doing here? Like, I got 100 games I've never even touched. I don't even know the opening.
Go to the store all the time.
Yeah, I don't know.
I did some.
Doing that.
I did something. I paid my respects to a dead game the other night. Avengers had its final update. It'll never be touched again. The devs have completely abandoned it. So I reinstalled it and I played it for like an hour just to send 2 of these away and never play it again.
Yeah.
Well,
I'll probably play it again.
Complete garbage from the start.
I enjoyed it.
I made my decision when I played the demo.
All right. What are y'all thinking about Jedi Survival when it comes out next couple weeks?
I think it will be just as good as the original.
As long as it gives me more ponchos, it's a 10 out of 10.
No, it's going to be more than that.
It's going to be better than the original. First one was epic.
Well, I didn't say it wasn't going to be better. I said it's going to be as good. It's going to at least be as good as the original. That's what the only worry I have with that game is how much better can it be than the original.
As long as they refine the combat, more variety, more different ways of more combat, more lightsaber styles. From what I've seen, you can actually use the dual blade. From what we've seen from trailers, you can actually have the stance of the 2 lightsabers in your hands instead of just being one move from the first game. There's like new customization. You can change Cal's hair, his beard.
Yep. You can have a mullet.
Oh, you'll love that, don't you?
Jedi with a mullet. That just
I'm rocking that mullet.
Hell yeah.
Screams. Spend
Let's hope he has a
$70.
button up and hiked up jeans.
Hell yeah.
I wonder if you can look up his skirt though.
We're hoping. I want to look up on that poncho.
Can you have a non-binary Jedi in the game though?
Oh Lord. I think
absolutely everybody has the right to have their own gender. I support it.
If I have a mullet, can I also roll up in an El Camino?
Absolutely, 100%.
Like a hover El Camino?
No, we need the Joe Dirt car. Sick. What was the Joe Dirt car? The Plymouth?
Oh, it was a Superbird.
Superbird. That's it. Yeah, that's it.
Where's the Joe Dirt video game?
Oh, that'd be awesome.
I'd play it.
It'd be like Grand Theft Auto, but with Joe Dirt.
No, it'd be like Far Cry 5. I guarantee it'd be like Far Cry 5. Joe Dirt be the type of motherfucker to throw shovels at people.
Yeah. Nice.
Far Cry 7 starring Joe Dirt.
Yeah.
Joe Dirt goes into that system. Hell yeah.
Okay.
Joe Dirt and Fallout.
That's a good question on Vision. Do you think how's the graphics on the new Jedi game versus the old one? Is it much better, or is it pretty much the
I'm
same?
hoping it's not as buggy because
It-
Jedi Fallen Order was extremely buggy. I'm hoping this is a clean release.
From what I saw, I saw a little bit of pop in and some stutter, and that was that. Apparently, that was like early version of gameplay that they were playing at the time. That they were doing that coverage for I think IGN or either Game Informer. But I hope they've since improved upon whatever version that they were playing, because I don't want to deal with stuttering in a fast action paced game like that.
Yeah.
I kind of have more respect for him though, showing
Yeah.
that, especially if they acknowledge it. They're like, yeah, it's not finished. There's going to be some pop in. There's a little bit of frame stutter.
Right.
We're working on it. So that's
Right.
actually, I'm cool with that.
Yeah, I don't know. I played the first one. I liked it. I didn't have any problems with any graphics that I saw, but
I didn't finish
didn't
it. I got about halfway through.
It was when it was at release. When it released, oh my god!
well, see, that's the thing. I don't buy things right at release. A lot of times, I wait. So, I mean, it could have been an update that it got, like when I installed it, so I didn't have those problems, which very possible.
Yeah.
They gave us the update for the PS5 version of the original. Oh my god, it looks so good on PS5. Oh
You got the PS5, Sony?
yes, I've had the PS5 since day one.
I shouldn't even ask you that fucking question. Your name's
But
literally
do
Sony
you-
Punk.
That was
I was
literally
waiting-
one of the dumbest questions I've ever heard on
do you
32
have-
episodes of this podcast. Hey,
you
Microsoft,
have
do
the
you
iPhone?
you
Here he
enjoy the
goes.
Xbox?
Here he
Is that your
goes.
thing? Microsoft Punk, do you like Xbox, or are you more of a PlayStation fan? I mean,
Sony Punk fits.
it's fine.
No,
can I
no
say?
PC thrown in the mix. You gotta have PCMR thrown in
Sony
there.
Punk's forever
Punk.
going to stay Sony bum, okay?
Sony bum.
Sony Bum.
Sony boom.
That does got a ring to it.
I'm sort of liking the Sony Spunk. That was pretty cool.
What about the
Yeah, I
Sony
like
Hunk?
Sony hunk.
And I think the Sony Spunk probably sticks a little bit better.
Probably.
I mean,
So
if
we're
you
not
go
all
by
in favor of Sony Bum.
if you go by what spunk means in Europe, then yeah, it does stick.
Does Sony Punk go to
Wow.
the Sony pub to get to the Sony
Headliner.
drunk?
No, of course. Yeah.
God.
So what have y'all been playing lately? Devil and Punk.
RE4, WWE 2K23.
Goat
Because
Simulator
it's
3.
super stupid, and I love
Fuck
it.
yeah. no,
Goat
we're
Simulator
done.
3 is hilarious.
I have never played that.
I was very, very drunk when I purchased that game the other night. I was very drunk.
Did you regret the purchase after?
Kind of. I was.
No,
Kind of.
Bacon's been around me when I've been drunk, so
no. Goat Simulator rock.
Hey, look, come on. Look, I'll never refuse a late night phone call of Sony Punk drunk. You just don't. You just don't refuse that. You
Absolutely
take it.
not.
You remember it. You cherish it. It's like a child. You hold it. You cradle
I
it.
can't, dude. I can't do. I've told Jason this. I just can't do Goat Simulator.
So you need,
dude, the game is awful.
you need
Is it too
Koala
dumb?
Simulator.
That's why it's so good.
Yeah,
Like
that's
Drive
exactly-
A
Simulator.
goat that drives a car.
But like, dude, you just gave a game a 0 out of 10 because you couldn't look up a skirt, but yet you can embody a fucking goat, and you're like, oh
Well,
yeah, I
the
bought that.
goat doesn't have clothes to look up. It's all right there in front of you, so they're
Oh,
automatically
you can
a
put
10 out of 10.
suits and hats and all kinds of.
But you can
stuff
take
in
them
the goat.
off. That's the point. You don't need clothes.
You can zoom in on the goat from
Who
behind.
the fuck
you
wears
know.
clothes?
See? Now we're
Who the
talking.
fuck plays with goats? Like, I'm just stuck on like.
Oh,
Well, when you're a kid, you live in the woods. You got to have something to do, chase around when you're bored.
I thought you was about to say something completely different than that.
Who plays a game about boys with
He-
magic
He
wands,
knows
Mike?
what he said.
Oh, wow.
Hey, I had a female character.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Cricket.
yeah,
Awkward
yeah. So you
son.
got him on that one. He was like, damn.
Fine then. Let me rephrase. Little girls with magic wands.
Look, who's the dude talking about little kids?
Whoa.
You're the one bringing it up. I was
Oh.
helping them along their damn journey, getting their
Handsome.
education and shit, and you're over here making a
Educated.
perversion out of wands and shit.
Educated. To get
Education.
killed to fight giant monsters and risk their lives. so they can play with.
They
some
gotta learn
fucking
somehow.
magic stick.
It's called
mean,
self-defense.
Make
It's
magic.
all right
This
if
is
they
why
die.
you
They
don't
can
go to.
respawn.
This is why you don't go to UK. Magic and
No,
get
this is
shanked
why
up
kids
straight.
take
You
guns
use
to schools
literally
now.
use shrooms in Hogwarts, like, you know. So you're a kid getting high on shrooms the whole game. That's why you're thinking you're got magic powers,
Like
on
real life.
shrooms the whole time.
Dude, that sounds like a perfect
That
fucking
sounds
life.
like my teenagehood.
I
Yeah.
tell you what, that's the case between the age of 14 and like 21, 22. I was magical as
Just
fuck,
microdosing.
let me tell you.
Same here.
Imagine if Harry Potter's just J.K. Rowling just zooted out of her fucking mind.
Well, what if you graduate? Do you just where the fuck do you go? Do you just go out into the world and what do you get a degree? You're gonna get a job
That's typically what people do.
That's how it works, yeah.
with.
You know.
Here's my degree in wand magic.
No,
Exactly.
I mean, you know,
What's my hourly pay?
you go work for the ministry.
Graduated
Hey,
from the school
I
of
used to
Slytherin.
play this game called Rags to Riches, where you start off as a bum and you had to go through town and actually get a haircut, go to get a job, and you'd eventually get, make it to $1 million. That was the game. You could become Rags to Riches. You can make game
Sounds
out of
like a fun
anything.
game of D&D.
You gotta
I mean, that
avoid the back
sounds better.
alleys.
Then Goat Simulator.
Of course, you had the cops that would show up and beat you up if you didn't have a haircut.
What?
Really?
He don't look professional. Cuff him.
Look,
you have
Mike,
the right to get a haircut.
we live in a world where people are going to see a movie about a bear on cocaine.
I want to see
So-
Cocaine Bear, dude. That,
Well, you know,
I have not seen that yet, but I do want to go see that as well.
I was reading on something about just how inaccurate the events were
Oh, yeah.
with the actual, you know.
y'all want to check out a good movie? It's on Peacock. It's called Sick. That movie's actually pretty good.
Oh shit, Alan's here. Hold on, I got something for Alan.
2022.
It's
I've
called
never heard about
Sick,
that.
you said?
Yeah.
What's it about?
It's about the kind of like about the pandemic, but it's a pretty good slasher. It's got the pandemic stuff in it, but it's pretty much a slasher. It's pretty good.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Slasher license. Hell yeah.
Neat.
Yeah, I'll have to look that up.
It's on
You know, I got it.
Is
I got it
only
at
on
a-
Peacock
at a
now, or
thrift
is it on
shop.
other things as well?
That was.
Are you sure it's on Peacock? I think it's on Paramount.
Is it on? It was on Peacock.
I have
Peacock.
Paramount.
That's on Paramount.
Oh, it's on Paramount. my
Peacock.
bad.
Well, I know a Sick official trailer, Peacock original.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on
It's,
Peacock. Sick is actually
okay.
pretty. It's actually pretty
Peacock
good.
is-
It's
Is it a film?
Oh fuck me! I thought you guys were
Yeah.
talking about Cocaine Bear. My bad.
No.
is
No,
Cocaine
it's-
Bear on
it's
Paramount?
That's on. Yeah, that's on
On
Paramount.
Peacock.
Oh, let's go. Let's go.
Just made his night. That's
I mean, go off. And
I'm outta
watch
here.
that. Yeah.
No, I'm waiting for, like, they had those back in the a few years
Wait,
ago.
is this the same one?
Yeah, that's the one. That's the Pier. Remember?
Well, y'all watch this
Oh,
together.
yeah.
We're the only people around here.
Yeah, we did.
Where's your mask? This isn't a vacation, it's a quarantine.
A quarantine in style.
Are you kidding me? This is incredible.
Sick, and it's all ours. The only neighbor is Miles.
Excuse me.
I thought you were spending
Cannibalizing.
quarantine alone.
What are you doing here?
I wanted to see you, and quarantine can be fun.
This kind of looks like I Know What You Did Last Summer type vibes.
It's
Yeah,
Which, if that's
mix
the
of,
case, I'm down.
mix of that and Friday 13th.
I'm down.
no,
It-
it's very Friday the 13th.
Yes, it's very much Friday the 13th vibes.
Oh, the fish were jumping. I want to go fishing.
Oh, this is starting.
Oh, producer of Megan. Let's go.
Friday the 12th.
Megan was good too, yo.
I didn't expect Megan to be
well.
good.
No, but I don't think I did either, honestly.
Just one moment.
Oh, bullshit. Oh, her in a mask.
What? I can't let you in. It's not safe. Are you
COVID's gonna kill me. I can't do it.
Well,
Are you
like that.
vaccinated? Do you have your
That's
vax
the main
card?
reason why the guys are out killing too, is because one bitch wouldn't wear a mask.
You didn't wear your fucking masks.
that's a plot twist.
It looks interesting.
Oh yeah.
I'll watch it.
It's
Yeah, I
like,
was
where's
thinking
your
about-
vaccine card?
We were
like
very
those
shocked that it was as good as it was. Like we were going into it expecting it to be bad.
Terrible.
Which one?
Oh
Yeah,
my
'cause we
God.
watched that
Yeah,
movie.
dude, I
Knock
thought
It
Megan was
Down.
gonna be so dog shit. When I saw the trailer, it reminded me of the 2019 Child's Play remake. If you guys saw that, which in my opinion was a very unfaithful
I saw part of it.
remake of the Child's Play movie. It was pretty mid. So when I saw the Megan trailer, it reminded me of that. So I honestly thought, yep, that's gonna be nope. I ain't watching that. But I buckled down. I heard a lot of people say it was good, so I watched it. It was pretty fucking good. I was honestly shocked at how good it was.
Same here. Me and Devil watched it. And we were like, at the end, we're like, wow. And then the way they ended it, I was like, yep.
Oh, it was damn good.
They ended it right because they've already started making part 2. Like they've already announced that they're working on part 2 of it. So.
Yeah, so excited for that. Devil. Has any of you guys beaten Elden Ring? I know me and Devil have.
Yeah.
Devil, are you excited for the Shadows of Erdtree DLC dropping soon?
I am. Yeah.
I am too.
I know I was pretty pissed at From Software because it just kind of felt like a step in the wrong direction with what they were doing. With some things, a lot of the boss fights felt very cut and paste. I didn't feel like there was enough variety in the game. It was fun. It was lengthy, but I did not like how some of the side quests for some of the NPCs just they weren't even fleshed out. Like a lot of them were unfinished at the time. So I hope
kind of whack.
I hope the DLC comes out. Maybe fill some of the spots that I don't know if there are any major plot holes in some of that stuff. But.
Well, that depends because we don't know there's like 6 different endings or like 6 to 4 different endings to Elden Ring. We don't know which ending it's gonna take after for this DLC. I'm hoping in a cool way that it'll each like the ending you got will be a reflection of what happens in the DLC. So like whatever ending you picked, the ending will that ending will start off in that DLC. Unless you're that one. If you're that one motherfucker who chose the frenzied fire ending and burned the whole fucking tree, hope that shows up.
Oh,
I did that by the way. I did that ending by the way. It shocked me. My handsome Squidward character, he just turned into a big ball of flame, and there goes the fucking tree. And Melania's like, "You are gonna pay, you motherfucker. You were supposed to become the new owner of the Elden Ring. What the fuck?"
That's what I was kind of hoping for. The direction they'll go in as you go up against her and her minions or whatever.
Well, now I don't have to beat it.
Well, no, there's like what 7, 8, 9 different endings or something like that.
There?
Oh, it's up there.
Is there that many?
I know I beat all of them, but it just a matter of damn, that was so long ago. Bacon, what's on your shirt?
Spider-Man.
Joe
and the hoe. Okay.
Gotta go.
I like that shirt.
Hell yeah.
I kept seeing Joe, and I was like, "What the fuck is that?" I was like, "What is this?"
Honestly, I didn't even look at the shirt. I just wore it. It was in my dresser. I didn't even know it's. Honestly, I went to the DG today to pick up groceries, and I saw a bumper sticker of Joe and the Ho Gotta Go, and I was like, what kind of bumper sticker is that? I'm not a big fan of. I'm not a political guy, and I just looked down, and you just pointed out. Literally, I'm not fucking kidding. I just looked down. I just saw. Oh, fuck me! I didn't think I had this shirt. I don't even know how I got it. I didn't even buy it. My roommate probably fucking left it here, knowing anything.
Probably. Nice.
Yeah, no, he gave me a bunch of his shit before he moved out. I was like, hey, just have this shit because I'm too lazy to grab it when I leave. He left like a couple of shirts, a couple of knives. Like he left his combat knife. I can fucking find it here. Good old bayonet knife you can put on the end of an M16.
So I'm still waiting for the bad movies of like the spoofs off of Cocaine Bear.
Mm-hmm.
You know, kind of
Like the ketamine crocodile.
Well, like Transformers. You know, they had the Transmorphers. You know, they had those like really crappy ass movies. Yeah.
Oh, are you talking the movies like fucking Big Movie and Scary Movie and Party Movie? Those movies, look, Scary Movie's like the only exception to like actually being a decent comedy. Things like Big Movie are horrendous.
I saw every Scary Movie they made in the theaters.
Those were always good.
Back when Charlie Sheen had a career.
What is that?
Beth, we should go. Millions of dollars worth of cocaine.
God, it looks so real. It almost looks like a Marvel movie.
Knoxville, Tennessee.
Oh my god.
That CGI was perfect.
Somewhere.
I'm looking for my daughter.
Forest is a dangerous place.
I love shitty CGI. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I think the events originally happened in Georgia.
Georgia?
Was lost. I need you to go and get it.
Lovely.
Seems like a Georgia thing.
Let's see what kind of effect that
What effect that has on him?
The bear, they fucking did cocaine. A bear did cocaine.
There was a bear. A bear? It was fuck.
Hey, that's inappropriate.
Even killed the kid.
Sakes, bears can't climb trees.
Of course I can.
Oh shit. It kind of seems like the thing that stays with a man forever.
Apex predator. High on cocaine. Out of his mind.
I didn't know that was in there.
Oh man, you fucked. What the fuck is wrong with that bear? Shoot it, man! Bear, speed up! Get higher, baby, and don't ever come down.
Wow.
We have such good luck in nature.
Nice.
Well, that music will probably get this thing copyright span.
Oh,
Yeah, well, whatever.
GG's, boys.
Yep.
I literally, dude, I fight tooth and nail when the Bacon Wednesdays get hit with those. Legit, when with the cooking video, I got hit with it. I was angry. I was fighting the motherfuckers. And I was like, okay, then I just had to get rid of the fucking audio and had my voice. I don't give a shit. You try to copyright strike me, I will fight your ass on the emails, of course.
Did you contest it or did you just change it?
I contested it. I did.
What'd they say?
They said you can do either one or two things: leave it and still not gain monetary value, which we're still not because we don't meet the thresholds, or I just remove the audio. And I don't. It's not even about monetary thing. It's just that I don't like seeing that fucking thing on the video. I just don't. It's not something I like to see. Like copyright thing. No, I don't like it. I want to get rid of it. I want it gone. I want my video to be stable. I want it to be no issues at release. Okay, I'm not like EA here. I'm not releasing a video at 20% and leaving you breadcrumbs for another 9 months and just leave the video dead. And you know what? I should do that. I should make Should I make Bacon Wednesdays live service?
Live service
Bacon Wednesdays. I'll give you like a minute of the original video, and I'll keep updating and just release new parts And then if you guys stop watching it, I'll just cut off the videos. You'll never see it again.
I would say just 2 different subjects. I wouldn't worry so much about the live service. And Alan Stanley, yeah, I actually did see Grizzly. I think I've seen it. It's an older movie. If I remember right, if it's someone that I'm thinking of, an Evil Dead Rising, I'll go watch it. It looks interesting.
I'm definitely watching it. I'm definitely watching it.
It does. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's just the trailers are not really making me make me want to glue my ass to a seat to go see it. I don't know. And I love Evil Dead. I even like the remake. I think the remake was a really nice, fresh retake on the original story with new characters and interesting horror. But this new one, it just seems like it's a standalone possession story with the family member being possessed and the family gonna have to try and exorcise the demon. And the frogs are gay. That one's for you, Rat Gutty.
Hell yeah.
I mean, the frogs are gay, but that's fine.
What do I do, Lord? Destroy the child.
Destroy the child. Corrupt them all.
And
This is their plan, people. These are demons.
Yes, that's right.
When are we gonna get Alex Jones in an Evil Dead movie? He'd be the perfect replacement for Ash.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Music.
I actually haven't seen the Evil Dead remake.
Never seen
Alex Jones in The Revenge of the Gay Frogs.
I didn't think it was bad. I didn't think it was great. I thought it was okay. I thought it was good for new generation.
Yeah.
I don't think it holds a candle to the original. Well, Evil Dead 2, but it was okay.
Nothing holds a candle to Evil Dead 2.
Yeah.
And I've been looking at the fan base from this perspective of everyone shitting on Ash versus Evil Dead. Ash versus Evil Dead is a great show if you're an Evil Dead fan. It's a great show.
I wish it had gone a little bit longer. It was good.
It sucks. It got canceled. Yep. And now they're in talks of doing an animated TV show, which I'm fine with. I don't care. I think Evil Dead could translate really well in an animated format. Just the way how its comedy works and the style, and it's gore.
I think you're right there.
I think it'll work really well in an animated style. Unlike some shows like Trailer Park Boys, which why the fuck did that get an animated series?
Yeah, the animated series isn't that good. I've watched it, but
nothing beats the first 2 seasons of Trailer Park Boys. It is
hell yeah.
Gold.
I've seen them live a couple times. They're fucking amazing.
I don't want your fucking cat. I don't want my fucking cat in your car, Ricky. You home, Ricky? My fucking cat's Ricky.
Nice. Yeah, I like Trailer Park Boys.
Honest question. A bunch of trailers have released for the 3 separate shows of The Walking Dead after the show ended. Which one are you guys most excited for?
None.
Mm-hmm.
None?
There you go. Bada boom, bada bing.
Damn, you guys didn't like Walking Dead.
I really liked Walking Dead. I read the comics. I was really big into it. And first, they would do okay, but then they just went off the rails. And it's just,
I watched the first 5 seasons, and after that, I was like, nope. I can't
My
do it
question
anymore.
was, they strayed away so far from the comics, and right up to Carl's death, which, by the way, that was the most unnecessary death in any media I have ever seen in my life.
Well,
why did Carl have to die?
Well, to me, that was like the number. They got rid of Carl and got rid of Rick. I mean, that was it. The show was pretty.
I thought they were going to go the comic format, kill Rick and and give Carl the happy ending like he does in the comics. Because if you guys read the ending to the series in the comics, Carl's like 30 years old. He has a family. Like the virus, like the zombie virus, like the zombies are like not even a problem as much. There's actual now governments like back up and running. Like the world's back to being normal again, although there's less technology. They're kind of back into, they're using carriages and horses. And it just ends off in a really good ending. But then to kill off Carl like that, it was the most wasted fucking ending to a wasted fucking character death I've ever seen. Dies. And people complain about Glenn dying. If you guys didn't read the comics, Glenn was going to fucking die. And Glenn died.
I know Glenn died.
And Glenn died how he died in the comics.
Yes. Why are people mad about that? They just it was going to happen.
Well, I think the only problem with Glenn dying wasn't the fact that Glenn died. It was the fact that they literally drew it out over 4 episodes where they just kept, going over it again and again and again. It was like, really? You're trying to milk
flashbacks.
Yeah, they were like trying to milk it as much as they could.
You do
really?
not put
Playing
a
on
main
people's
character's death
emotions.
in a fucking flashback. Who does that?
But when they killed off Carl, to me that was it. I'm not even watching this anymore. And there was a lot of deaths that my biggest issue was like, you had a comic that I understand you got to change things for the story. Obviously when it comes from comic, you can draw everything. You can draw a whole new town, no problem. In a few pages. On a TV show, you can't do that because building sets cost tons of money. So of course they try to condense characters, they try to condense things. But when you went out of your way to make something different and it's worse than it was in the comic and there was no reason to change it, that's kind of where I'd be like, why'd you guys do that? That didn't make any damn sense. Now, they made some good decisions, they made some bad decisions, but about the time they killed off Carl, the head runner, what was the guy's name? Gimple or whatever. I mean, that guy was just running the show into the ground. And that guy needed to be removed. But yeah, I mean, and after that, it's just I couldn't ever get back in the show. We tried watching it.
I used to fucking love it. I mean, loved The Walking Dead for like the first 2-3 seasons. And I mean, there was a little while there too where I was going through some shit. And I just kind of fell off of watching anything on TV for a while, to be honest. And then I started kind of trying to catch up with it on Netflix when it was, I don't know, I doubt it's still on Netflix, but it used to be on Netflix. And after like the 5th season, it was just, man. But I mean, that first one, man, I'll never forget. It was Halloween Day, 2010, very first episode. And that first episode rocked and had me absolutely hooked. And I loved it. And then it just, man, when it got stupid, it just got stupid. It sucked.
Emergency calls, boys. Emergency calls.
You all right?
Yeah.
Emergency.
Uh-oh.
Friend.
He's got to poop.
Bone a friend? He's got to poop. I think me and Sony Punk are going to head out and try and watch Cocaine Bear.
Hell yeah,
all
you
right,
are.
man.
Alrighty.
Give you guys the update on how it goes.
Alrighty.
Yeah,
Thank
right
you,
on.
Sony Punk and Devil, for joining us on the stream. We love
problem.
to see you. I loved hearing you from you guys again. It's been a long time. Great to hear you guys.
Absolutely, man. Anytime.
Hey, we appreciate you, Bacon. We appreciate Kino Corner.
I better get a
Sony, I'll
late
buy
night
you a
phone call,
skirt
Sony.
that you can
Yeah,
look
we
up on
appreciate
there.
it, man. We're glad to see you back around, man. You get a chance, pop in my Discord. I'll send you an invite.
I got you. Make sure you call me though at that 3 a.m. drunk call.
Yes,
I love
sir.
hearing it.
All right, man.
So whisper me sweet
Yeah, Alan.
nothings.
Later, guys.
Later, guys.
Later.
Later.
Boop. Boop.
There we go.
Hey.
Bada boom.
And
bada bang.
we're back.
And then there were 3.
Then there was 3.
Well, that was good for them to stop by.
Oh no,
Do I join?
I loved it.
I don't know. Do you? Do you, Rhino? Do you?
If I remember right, he was canceled.
When he canceled?
He was canceled.
Does he
That
get a chance at
That morose
redemption?
motherfucker dropping the F-bomb.
Everybody should have a chance to recover.
Yeah. I'm a firm believer in that.
I mean, it's up to you.
Send me a picture on Twitter on you on your knees.
No, I've got that if you want to see it.
Oh, okay.
Terrible.
Yeah, I don't know. I hate when they have good stories that they just completely like railroad off with bad decisions. And you're wondering who's making these decisions.
Right.
That's everybody's show, though.
Pretty much.
Well, I mean, like you're talking about, that wasn't the only show. I mean, look at what was it? True Blood. Back in the day. That
Never watched it.
It was first couple seasons were okay, and then they just went off the rails. It was almost like they handed the show over to the interns, and it was like the worst ending that you could possibly think of for the show.
Yeah. Well, don't tell me the ending.
No, I'll just say it's terrible. It's just bad.
Terrible.
I don't know. I'm not. I'm trying to think of any show I'm really actually all that hyped to see.
Red Gaddy. Yes.
I mean, I'm looking forward to the Fallout show if that actually comes out.
Yes.
Fuck all that bullshit, Joseph.
Yeah, fuck True Blood.
Yeah.
Come on, Rhett.
Yeah. If I can get this man in here real quick.
Mm.
Yeah, that's cool.
Dude, that shit, when I read that, that made me happier than a koala bear without chlamydia.
I wouldn't know. I've never seen one.
Yeah.
Now, could you imagine that as a movie?
Mine are always dirty.
Koala bear with cocaine.
They kind of act like they're on cocaine already.
Well, you know, my favorite animal is pandas.
My son loves red pandas. That's his thing.
Yeah, I remember I actually got some pictures when me and my family went to the Natural Science Center, and they've got one there. That's
My
why
favorite animal is the
like
cow.
how far you had to drive to see one that one time when you were telling me about it.
Yeah, we had to go to San Diego to see it.
Oh yeah.
And actually the first time we went, they weren't there. So we had to go twice to see them. And so we drove down there the first time and found out that they weren't there. And we were so we weren't happy about that. And then
imagine.
we made a second trip all the way down there so we could see them. I kept telling my son, we'll make sure we can get you to see it.
Well, my thing is they look cute and cuddly, but they can just fuck you up.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm talking about just like regular pandas in general.
Oh, pandas, yeah.
But they're lazy though.
Yeah, they're lazy. But have you seen the one where like the dude like climbs into the exhibit and then
that's a cocaine panda.
Well, they remind me of like black bears, kind of in a way, because black bears are very they'll fuck you up if you get between their cubs or them.
That's pretty racist.
But basically you leave them alone, they'll leave you alone. They're not.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't even risk it.
My favorite animal is a cow.
I've been around. I've run across black bears before out in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have any worries about them.
Let's see.
5 years old.
Terrible.
Now, my zoo that I grew up going to was San Francisco Zoo, because I'm from Northern California, up with the redwoods and wine country areas. And when I was a kid, you could go to the vendor and you could buy fish. It would be like on wax paper. And you could spend a few bucks and you could buy fish, and then you could go throw it to the seals.
Right.
So when my son was up, or actually it wasn't even my son. This was my daughter, my oldest daughter. So when she was old enough to take her, I was like, oh, cool. This would be so cool. We'll take her there to do that. So we went down to San Francisco Zoo and took her down there and found out that they don't do that anymore because, either, I don't know if it's because of germs or if, people being pathetic people. And
you don't want to give the seals COVID.
Yeah. Well, this was way before then, but yeah.
I know. Yeah.
G'day.
Hey, how's it going, man?
What's happening?
Not much, mate. Just been listening to you guys chat and just got home, so thought I'd jump on and say hello.
Nice.
So you didn't know about the koala bears?
No, man, I had no clue.
Dude, I didn't either. When Jason said that, I looked it up and I was like, YB, like, holy shit.
Leave it to me to know about the fucking STDs on a koala bear.
Like the leading causes of death for them is
Now that makes me wonder what other STDs do other animals carry.
Oh, let me look into this.
Well, I know
investigate.
Koala bears sit in gum trees all day eating gum leaves, and it's pretty much like them just getting drunk all day off the eucalyptus.
Sounds like my brother. Nice. That's not a bad life. I mean, minus the chlamydia, I guess.
Yeah. Especially when it's bad enough to kill you. You think
that's pretty bad.
Well, I mean, I thought chlamydia is curable, so you think that they would be able to.
Well, it is. And they probably do. They probably do, like, actually, give them some kind of medication. But
it looks like here the Atlantic bottlenose dolphins can get genital warts. Baboons suffer from herpes, and syphilis is common in rabbits.
I heard about the rabbits because we used to
Really?
raise.
I never
rabbits.
heard that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go, Rob.
Yep, I heard about that.
Well, syphilis isn't curable, so the rabbits are fucked.
What kind of light you got going on there, Rhett?
Literally.
What's that, mate?
What you got, like a smoke show going on or something?
My camera, so you can't see.
Oh, I got you. You don't want us to see that beautiful face. I get it.
He's bashful.
I think he's doing us a favor because he looks better than all of us.
Yeah, I know. He's like, I don't want to put all y'all to shame.
Well, I don't want you to see my koala bear chlamydia at the moment. So.
Oh my god! Now look, we didn't bring that up because of I didn't even know that, dude. I'm still baffled by that. Like, well, it goes to show you, like, you never know.
Well, that'd be a nonprofit you could start. Helping cure koalas of chlamydia.
Declap the koalas.
Hey, it would be a decent organization to have. I mean, you have to go around tagging all the koalas and then making sure that they're given their medication.
The mascot could be a great big koala bear with a bunch of zits like all over its face and its butt. Its tagline is something like "Chlamydia is unbearable." Yeah,
unbearable. I like that. That was a good one. We need to get we need to get Rhett contact old Dick Insider.
I'm actually drinking a Dickens at the moment.
Yeah, we need to get Dickens needs to put some profits towards the koalas.
Right.
Golden Apples, how are you?
Golden Apples.
We have
what happened to
on
D
here.
Rhino? D Rhino hasn't said.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's heard that. Maybe that he's like, look, I just made it back. I'm not gonna say nothing.
Probably.
Yeah, we're doing pretty good. We're just enjoying the conversation with D Rhino and Rhett Gaddy.
Yeah.
3 new creatures are being added to Grounded.
Are they finally getting grasshoppers?
Yeah, well, I wonder if that means they're going to actually add more content.
Such a fun game.
I started to play that, and I just didn't get back into it.
Yeah. Well, you got your Star Treks and your Sea of Thieves and such.
Yeah. That all my retro games I've been trying to play.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they're adding wasps. Fuck that.
What games are you trying to play?
What'd you say, Rhett?
I was just wondering what retro games Joe's
I was playing Raid on Bungling Bay, and I was playing the arcade version of Joust the other day. I was trying to go through, and then I was also playing, it's called Auto Duel. It's an old one. It's kind of like based off of the role-playing game Car Wars.
Mm-hmm.
You start off as you have like one life, but you can buy a clone, and then you have to update your brain tape. Because back in the day, or that data would be like on the old reel-to-reel tapes, and so you have to get wherever you are in progress. You have to pay to have your brain tape updated, so that if you die, they can reactivate your clone and use your brain tape. Of course, whatever vehicle you have is crashed or ruined, and you could actually then go with your clone, go out and try to recover it. Or
are these retro PC games or?
It's an old. Well, I played this on the Commodore 64, so I'm been trying to find the images and run the emulators.
Mm-hmm.
The one I was actually playing on the emulator though is the PC version of it, so it was an old DOS game. I've been thinking about setting up, doing some streaming with it, but I want to get everything set up so it actually looks decent and not all. But I got to find some decent games that I think will be not just fun for me to play, but for people to actually want to watch.
Right. I mean, people watch pretty much anything if you're entertaining.
I mean, I could do Rags to Riches, start off as a bum.
I would watch that.
I would watch that. Yeah, I would definitely watch that.
So here goes.
There it is. Yeah, super duper update.
Yeah, wasp swarm the yard. Get ready to buzz with excitement as wasp invade the yard. It looks like a new boss, wasp queen. Super duper item duplication machine. The Super Duper is a new piece of equipment installed in the Oak Lab that duplicates gear and items using raw science. So that gives you incentive to do dailies.
What game's this for?
It's called Grounded.
It's like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, kind of. You're basically out in the yard.
I don't think I think Rhett, you play on PlayStation, correct? I don't think it's on PlayStation. I think this might be an Xbox PC.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Which is a shame because it's a fun game.
Yeah, I'm just reading into this.
Mm-hmm. Oh, new emotes. I'm on it.
Yeah, there's a new mutation useful for base building, Jesus. New decorative building recipes.
Oh, Jesus.
There's a handy gnat that helps you build.
Oh, Jesus. You're going to be all over that shit tomorrow. When does the update come out?
That's a good question.
Yeah, you're right. It's only PC and Xbox One.
Yeah.
And Series X.
Has it been around for a while? Or?
Oh, yeah. Well, it was in preview. That's when it, I think they officially launched it, but it was in game preview for a while.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like they've increased the building, large storage chest, plank pallets, stem pallets. They've got a hot tub.
Nice.
If they came out with more
4
content,
tiny teens.
Yeah.
Mm.
Looks like they've added quite a bit to it.
Tier 3 creatures.
See if there was a date. I might have to re-download it.
Yeah. Let me toss it at the Google machine.
Yeah, I'm surprised none of you guys have played the Resi 4 remake.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Yeah, I've never really played many of the Resident Evil games to begin with.
I will. It's just I'm gonna wait until it goes on some kind of sale and I'll play it.
Code Veronica X. That's all I want. Code Veronica X. But they won't do it.
Probably not. Public
You could have any game brought back from the past and redone. What game would that be?
Oh,
Dead Rising, but bring it back with more of a serious tone to it, not that like Capcom comedy, corny. If you could have like a Dead Rising with like the aesthetic of like Silent Hill or like the original Resident Evils, you know, where you actually gotta like actually like being incentivize saving the people in the mall.
Dying Light.
You know, I think that would be pretty damn cool.
Parasite Eve.
Good answer. I love Parasite Eve. That was a really good one.
It's long overdue.
Oh, hell yeah. That was a great game. I loved that game.
Well, it looks like they released Dying Light on Steam in 2015.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind a remake of the original Red Faction. That was pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
Another good one.
Yeah.
That's another good one.
Yeah, I always keep out hope that they'll redo Fallout New Vegas.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
especially if they made it like 76 where it was multiplayer. I mean, it could still be single player, but I mean, if it was still, you know, an MMORPG, it would be pretty sick. I think.
No, I think that game would be awesome multiplayer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it would be.
And I think it's doable. It would be easily done. You know, you might have to have a primary character that makes the decisions.
Right.
But the combat can still be done with multiplayer.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't played a whole lot of Dying Light to really comment on that one. I played a little bit of the first one. I just really couldn't get into it, to be honest.
Yeah, I had the same thing with Dying Light.
Not my thing. I'd tell you guys mine, but you'd make fun of me probably.
What's that?
Black Ops 2.
Black Ops 2 is great.
Call of Duty. Hell yeah.
I miss the hype was so real, and then it delivered. That was the best part right there.
Yeah, it legitimately delivered. That was the big thing. It was so awesome.
Did you ever play Black on PlayStation 2?
What's that?
Did you ever play Black on PlayStation 2?
Black. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That was pretty
I think
dope.
so. Yeah. It sounds familiar. I couldn't tell you what it's about, but I think I remember that, yeah.
Yeah, it was an EA first-person shooter game. It was pretty sick.
I probably have it. I mean, I have so many old PlayStation games and Xbox games. I probably have it in the garage.
You know, if there's a trilogy I wanted to see actually come back, but get kind of like that remake, like how Dead Space got like all that love and passion in it. Hands down, it would be Fear. It would be the Fear trilogy.
Fear, that would be a good one. Yeah.
That's another Microsoft game, isn't it?
It's more like a Warner Brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And Monolith.
See, I'd love to see a new version of was a PC game I used to play back in the what year was that? Like early 2000s called Operation Flashpoint, Cold War Crisis.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
and it was a really, really good like open world combat game. Kind of like it was set like a 1985 military time period.
Yeah,
you're supposed to be play as a Russian, and I think one of the expansions, via the United States government, or you could be a United States government or soldier.
Mm-hmm.
But you play part like in a squad,
right?
So like if you were, and it was kind of done like on a tier. So if you were the second in command of a squad, and your squad leader got shot, you became the leader of the squad.
Yeah.
But then you'd have to take orders from the two leader. The two leader died, you get promoted up. So it was kind of an interesting game that way.
Was that a series?
They had a series. They had I don't know if they had, we call it a series, but they had a bunch of DLCs for it.
Oh yeah.
So,
oh, don't go there.
And I think they made there was I think an Xbox version of the game, I believe, but it was really cut down and wasn't as good as the PC version.
Let's see. You can't purchase Fear 1 in the storefronts anymore. Well, that's why I own it. That's exactly why.
What can't you buy?
Fear.
Oh,
Fear 1. Yeah,
I love Fear.
Now
that's a game I would love to see redone.
Mm-hmm.
It was a really good game.
Man, I don't know what I'd like to see more, like Alma or like Paxton Fettel, while he's just going fucking ballistic and all.
Yeah.
And he's just standing over you. He's like, so you're, talking like that creepy ass motherfucker. Dude, I don't know who the voice actor is, but he did a perfect job with that character. I'm too much of a fan.
Yeah.
So I kind of have a little announcement.
Oh God.
No, but it's serious though. So earlier today I announced that I've been working on a comic called Nightfall Eldritch.
Mhm.
I've been hard at work with it with a good friend named The Fierce Watcher, and I don't know if hey, Mr. Black, you want me to send you a link?
Yeah. Send it. You could put it in the private chat, I believe.
Oh, okay. Well,
what's it called?
I'm about to. It's called Nightfall Eldritch. All right, sending it now.
Neat.
What's the genre of the comic?
Again?
What's the genre of the comic?
It's a mature dark fantasy.
Yep.
So I mean, that's why I like to delve into when I write stories. Is that it's I've been inspired by Dark Souls, Elden Ring, and Berserk, but mainly Berserk and Dark Souls. And if we ever show the images, you will see what I mean, because the armor, some of the armor sets and all that are pretty cool. And I came up with the concept of these. I'm too much of a coward to show you the concepts because I'm terrible at drawing. Like, I suck, man. It looks like comparable to a kindergartner. And so I would give these horrendous concepts to these awesome artists, and they would redesign it. And it's like, is that what you're like? Yeah, man. It's like they did an awesome job of doing that, really. But originally I was gonna post it on Patreon, but then I saw like all the I'm gonna be honest, that doing all the dirty shit with to their creators and all that. Especially with the anime bans that they had, the infamous anime ban, asking people to go like, oh well, we need to see your Google Drive, and we need like, they basically acting like Big Brother.
Yeah.
So,
well, that's a pretty good artwork.
Say again?
Mm-hmm.
That's some pretty good artwork there.
Yeah, that's Clue Wolf and well, I'm just gonna say this: beware, guys. If you click on their profile links, you might see some not safe for work stuff on there. I'm telling you now. But anyway,
that's perfect. That's why I'm on the internet.
But I don't know. I just been working at it with the Ferris Watcher for 5 months now, and we're finishing up on the prologue. So how I'm structuring it is that we're going to do the prologue before we do the chapter 1. The prologue's only 9 chapters.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm sorry, 9 pages. Jesus, I'm thinking of the book. But anyway,
I knew what you meant.
Yeah, and I'm kind of like, I'm gonna release it on Gumroad, and I just have it in tiers where you got the $3 tier, which is like the safe for work, the $5 tier, that's the not safe for work.
Mm-hmm.
And then the $7 tier, which is the entirety, which you get everything that's been in the other tiers, but also you get a look at the script as well.
Nice.
So
that's pretty cool.
And I put you in special things as well.
What's that?
Are you writing it and drawing it as well? Are you doing the art and writing the story?
Oh, I'm just doing I'm the writer. I'm the writer, but the Ferris Watcher is the illustrator.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
And I had this plan, and it's still like I'm still playing around with it, but depending on how it goes, I might have like this like special event, like this monthly event where I'll have other artists, like another artist come in, but they would do like a special artwork for the people, for the backers. Nice. So, and of course, what I was thinking was that it would be like a poll, like people can vote on like, what do you want to see?
Right.
So I'm trying to get into the engagement of the audience and all that, trying to find out audience and trying to appeal to them.
Well, I mean, you'll have no problem finding an audience, I wouldn't think.
No. don't think so either.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, it is a pretty saturated like a community,
It
but
is. Yeah.
you know, it hasn't stopped anyone before, you know.
Right.
So I'm like, look at what's his name? Eric D. July, Young Rippa. That dude literally made 3 million in under a week. And I'm not saying I'm trying to be like that, like trying to make 3 million under a week, but
Right.
you know, it shows you, really shows you that, you know, people who never been the comics, what you want to call it, like the comics background and all, and they make their first comic and then they get that, you know, it's like, man, I would really put all that money towards and honestly reinvest it into the people.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, actually, instead of moving from black and white to color, and
Right.
I mean, hell, there's so many possibilities with this, but
And you want the audience to have an influence.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want that's the thing. I'm all about these, you know, the people who back me. I want them to let them know. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm kind of nervous about this, but I want them to know that, yeah, I'm going to listen to what they say, you know, criticism, you know, positive feedback, whichever. I hear you. I'm reading the things, and we're just going to have to, you know, I'm going to do what I can do and make sure, but I'm not
That's
going
all
to
you can do, man.
Yeah. I mean, at the same time, I'm not trying to like appease everybody. Obviously, if you try to appease everybody, that's how you lose everybody.
Well, you got to have your own artistic, you know, standards or
right. Yeah, of course. And the real goal, if I'm lucky, the real goal is to move away from a third-party site, make my own site, and then everyone can go there. Therefore, we don't have to worry about the middlemen and whatever else. And of course, if and hopefully,
well, you can host a server on your own location.
Yeah,
depending on how much you think you're going to have traffic wise.
Yeah, like that's the thing I'm trying to understand right there.
Like that, or you can go with like a cloud type setup where you buy, so much space, and then as it starts to come up and get more traffic, then you can buy more. You can pay for what you use.
Yeah, that's true.
Are those mosquitoes?
I think they're lightning bugs. I think.
Are they lightning bugs? That was a lot of them, regardless. Holy crap!
Yeah, Rat. Have you seen any of this that I've been?
Nah.
Oh damn!
Such a good game.
Oh, so I know what you're saying now, like the Honey I Shrunk the Kids thing. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, you're like real small. It might look choppy or whatever because I'm just doing this to
Melon. It has a.
But just to kind of show you.
Oh, this is your actual character. I thought you were showing like a game.
Yeah.
No, this is this is the shit that he built.
Yeah, all this was
piece by piece by piece by piece. Like music there said, "What the hell is that on the picnic table?" Yeah, that's what I said.
So you put a few hours into this, Michael?
I've put in quite a bit.
Yeah.
But there's a variety of things that you can do.
It is a really fun game.
As you can see with the building. I like games that incorporate building into it. But
is it sort of Minecraft or something like?
Well, it's like pretty much. So the plot for the story is you have like a scientist team that have been trying to come up with a method to shrink the human anatomy, but then they realize in older people, like what it kind of spoiled a little bit of it, but older people seem to diminish a whole lot quicker than kids. So what this laboratory was doing was stealing or kidnapping kids and then testing them on them, and then they were going to terminate the kids, so they deployed them into this yard, and you have to kind of like fight your way through the insects and everything else and survive and try to get the cure to grow big again.
It looks like a fantasy game in like set in the real world. Like, 'cause I can see like the power lines in the background. It's like
Oh yeah, yeah.
You're literally in a
Everything's
backyard.
like there's the house. Well, there's my castle I built, but then there's the house, and then there's like the oak tree, and there's like a little laboratory or whatever that's been, it's for somebody tiny because the scientist that had developed all this, he had became tiny and was trying to create a cure himself.
who's the developer? Like an indie game?
No, it's Obsidian actually. The people that made the original Fallouts and what was it, New Vegas?
Yep.
They had this in their back pocket for a while in preview, and now that's where Rob, he just brought it up earlier, talking about they're going to be updating it, adding some more stuff to it. Another boss.
I'll play it again. I still have to. I have to beat it still.
Yeah, I got 100% on this, and Vision was talking about that any of us beat Elden Ring. I got it 100%. I know Rhett's probably got that one.
Well, and if I recall right, though, this is your gameplay, and you can share it, and we can join your world, right?
Correct. And then I can give y'all a password to the world, and then y'all can join it at any time.
Which is nice because me and Michael and everybody were building a pretty sick base for me.
Well,
I fucking love the location of my base.
Let me run over there real quick.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sleep first.
Yeah. So it's daytime. Yeah, no, my base is freaking awesome. I love the location. I love the way it looks.
So your base is in his world?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you wanting to complete it, can you complete your game
in his world? Yes.
Mm-hmm. Technically, nice.
Yeah.
And so what are the enemies?
It's more fun.
So you have this bombardier beetle. You have fire ants, red ants, black ants, soldier ants. There's a variety, ladybugs, blackhorn, ox beetles,
spiders.
A lot of spiders.
Yeah, there's a different variation of spiders. There's a black widow. There's a praying mantis boss. Yeah, that unconfirmed, but possibility. But the yard, as far as the amount of time that it takes to traverse across the entire yard, it takes, it's a pretty good size map.
Infected bugs, like Robert said, yeah. No, it's a huge map. I mean, you're a tiny little fella, but it is a pretty good sized map either way.
Is it just the one map?
So far, yes. I would like to see them.
Maybe you get to the front yard.
Well, I would actually like to go in the house.
I think that would be cool because then you're looking at like crickets, silverfish, earwigs,
roaches,
dust mites, which you already have dust mites, but
a good one.
Yeah,
this looks alright, eh?
Yeah, because
it's an amazing game.
What we built.
Yeah, there's my base
for Jason's. Oh, something destroyed that one.
Yeah, or it's just not popped in.
When you start a new game, is it just there's nothing there and you've just got to build this whole world, or is there already little structures? Or
well, yeah, like that was already there, the shed, the house, but like that castle I built, the picnic table was there. I enclosed it in, and that took Rob, me, and Jason, and some other my brother and another guy. It took us a lot of hours of gathering resources.
Yeah, I mean, you got to like chop down pieces of grass and get little bits of rocks and build yourself a little axe. And
this was already
of it
existing this structure, but we just came in and kind of.
Yeah, the pagoda was there, but we built into it.
Yeah, we built it up pretty much the interior.
Lined it with the bamboo. Such a neat camp.
I could see how this game could be really time consuming, like in a good way, like you could move into it. You'd be like, oh, where's that last fight? I've just been to a room or something,
Very addictive.
Well, that's kind of
the ending's gonna be the exterminator shows up and sprays your area and you die.
And this goes the size of a stink bug.
You're not far off.
So that gives you kind of an idea of like scale of
Yep.
how big the insects are.
Are they your friends or are they your pets?
Well, depending on so like you have this is like the neutral where they won't mess with you unless you attack them type deal. You got the red worker ant, the black worker ant, ladybug, bee, firefly, sickly roly-poly, the roly-poly, and then a moth. And then angry is a big list there.
Yeah,
There's
they're
red
automatically
soldier
aggro.
ants, lawn mites, larva. There's some robots in the game, rusty, water fleas.
The water flea is cool. Shout out to them for including that.
There's larva, gnats, mosquitoes. There's just a variety of ant lions, termites, ladybirds.
First time I saw a spider, man, I almost shit myself.
Yeah. And then you got aphids, weevils, grubs, gnats, tadpoles, scarabs, water boatmen, tadpoles, all that good jazz.
And how often are they updating this game?
Oh, well, apparently Rob said they were coming out with an update. From what I just read, it's already on test servers, but that's the first update that I've seen for the game in quite some time.
Yeah.
I think they put a lot into it for the game preview. And
they did, yeah. Well, the game preview 2 years long.
Yeah. So with the amount of content that's in here, like if you're coming in as like a new player, there's probably plenty of content as opposed to like when I started playing it in preview, it was real minimum. Like when the full release came out, there was like a couple bosses that wasn't even in the game yet. There wasn't story yet. Well, there was up to a certain point in the story because like in the process of trying to come up with the formula to grow big again, you have to go to different labs that are within the yard itself. Damn, what am I doing here? Damn, I was hoping I had a tuft.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the dandelion. I was just gonna cruise on down. I'll show them my lab real quick and then I'll hop off of it. But I figured I'd just show you what.
Yeah, it's a shame I don't own an Xbox because it definitely looks.
It's a fun game. I played it for a little bit and like I started in a fresh world and literally seeing this is just like Jesus Christ. So,
yeah. Well, like when you create certain structures, and that's where it's like. What I appreciated about the game most was the fact that you can literally, well, most of the area you can build anywhere. I might have just got
Yeah, you can literally build pretty much everywhere, and there's no build limit.
Yeah,
like you can build as much as you. I mean, you could put in a
yeah. I mean, you see how tall that is.
Cover the whole thing. Yeah.
Damn, I was about to say if I did that again, I was about to be mad. Like it's hard because I'm playing it through the screen on Melon and not actually looking.
There's a delay, yeah.
And yeah,
they I always kind of wanted to do like different weird builds and on the server, you know, like build an entire canopy, like completely enclose the backyard with the roof or.
And like these little tents, you can just put wherever and then set that as your respawn because like in Elden Ring, when you die, you drop your possessions, like your runes.
Like a backpack, if I remember right.
Yeah, it's a backpack that has like all your items in it.
And if you die again, do you lose all that stuff?
No, not like that's where it's not like Elden Ring, where you don't lose everything. It just stays there until you collect it. But this is like the laboratory that you start off with. So across the yard, there's different laboratories that you have to go in and get these. It's like these chips, these like computer chip type deals that like reveal. See, look at these 9-volt batteries. Yeah, yeah. The way they did the scaling is pretty, pretty cool.
And it takes place in like the early '90s too, which I think is cool because it's got that '80s retro, you know, late '80s vibe to it. I really like it.
Yeah, I'll show them that real quick, Rob. Oh wait, what is this?
Oh yeah, the goldfish in the pond. That's the pond where my pagoda's at.
I think they added this room.
That is a new room, yes.
Oh, I just got something. Oh, yeah. This is I bet you this is where it allows you to zip up the zip lines. When the game originally came out, you know, they had like a physics mechanic with the zip lines to where you wasn't allowed to zip up them if it wasn't, you know.
How old's this game?
I think they said the full release was 2022.
Yeah,
sometime earlier last year.
It's been about a year. It's been out for
But
about
I think
a year.
it was in game preview initially in like maybe 2019, if I'm not mistaken.
2020.
Like here's a little koi pond that you can swim in.
Tadpole.
Oh, that was cool.
There's the goldfish.
Oh yeah, no,
He'll eat your ass.
Yeah, he'll eat you.
Wow, that looks cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you if damn, I keep hitting Y.
Why?
I think the muscle memory from Valhalla
I know. I was
is
making fun of the Y comment.
But yeah, they got your little lily pads. There's a laboratory down here that I'll probably die trying to get to.
You can't build any like scuba gear.
Yeah, it's in the game. I was just trying to get you an idea of
Butterfly,
like the depth.
Get yourself an air bubble.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, the scales of this game is just mind.
Where is this bubble?
Well, I just like, I also like how it's open world, so you're kind of your own little playground.
Yep.
And see, you got like a toy dinosaur, and this just leads down into the underwater.
You're gonna die down there.
I'm guessing you can't get to the house or get in the house.
You can't get into the house as of yet.
You can get to it. Like you can walk all over the porch and.
Yep.
Ooh, you are pushing it.
How did I not get that? How did I not get that?
Now there's the death mechanic.
Yeah, I had to show him. So
Pete,
that's
kick
how
the
you
thimble.
drown.
Oh, cool.
Oh, did I retain? Oh, they must have updated that to where you retain all your.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
That's
that'd be
cool.
wild.
You still dropped a backpack, but
Yeah, so maybe they did update that, and I just didn't know.
yeah,
So maybe you just drop resources now.
That would be nice.
And this is multiplayer as well, so you were saying.
Correct. Yeah.
You can have up to 4 people in your server, I think.
Yep.
Was it 4? Yeah.
Where's that? Give me that. Give me my shit. Yeah, that's what it is. You drop resources now, and you don't
Nice.
drop everything. So that's awesome.
It's very awesome.
But yeah, that's that.
Is there a map?
Oh fuck! I just quit off of it. Yeah. There's a map.
Yeah.
It's not a very good map, though. I don't like the map, and there's no mini map.
Maybe with future update they'll do the mini map.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there goes to 100% on that.
Mm-hmm.
I still got to go through here. This will show you how shit I am at some of these games.
98% on Hogwarts. What haven't you done there?
I've got to get the last fucking. I got to get the
Hufflepuff
2
and
people.
Ravenclaw.
The what?
Hufflepuff
Yeah.
and Ravenclaw. You got to get them to a certain part in the game.
Yeah, I didn't do it. I just I went and I spiraled out of control mentally and just gave up on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I knocked those trophies out at the start. Like, started as the different.
Yeah, look at Rob coming in with 18 days, 6 hours, and 12 minutes. I have no time compared to everybody else.
I've got like a day on there.
I just got a little bit more than I'm a devil. I got 4 hours more than him right there.
Which game is this?
Elden Ring.
Damn,
Oh,
Dylan's got 3 days, 3 hours.
I don't have much time on that game at all.
What is this in Elden Ring?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to look at what I've got.
Yeah, I was trying to see what. Looks like Dylan got 8 trophies in it. I glitched him. Yeah, he did do that. I forgot about that.
Bad, Robert. Bad.
I forgot 100%ed scoring.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's what we do around here. We play video games.
Yeah, I got 313 hours in Elden Ring.
Jesus.
I don't know how many days that equals up to, but
Catching up to Robert.
7 days.
Yes. You
that
said
was
300%.
100% as well.
313.
313.
Yeah.
I know enough.
That's about 13 days, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm not too hyped for the DLC. I'm like, fuck, I've just played the shit out of that game.
Well, I mean, it all depends on if you enjoyed it enough, you know.
Well, with FromSoft games, I've always liked the
difficulty.
The difficulty, yeah, but like the what is it? I don't like the open world aspect of a FromSoft game. I didn't mind it. Like, I obviously enjoyed it. To put 330 hours into it, but I like the more linear structure that they've gone with.
Makes sense.
We need to get you on one day and play some games on stream.
Yeah.
I got the I got a PS5. You got a PS5 or PS4?
Yeah, I got the PS5. Yeah, I got that day one. It was really hard to get in Australia. But I had a mate that found one. Someone had cancelled the pre-order. And he got it for me and bang.
Nice.
You said don't mind if I do.
Yeah.
PlayStation it is.
I think it cost me a bit over $800 Australian. And that was with a 3-year warranty. So I don't know why.
I mean, 3 years, you're covered.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah. Well, then you're probably buying the next one anyways.
Yeah, when's that PS5 Pro coming out?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, exactly.
PS5 Pro comes out PS with ray tracing, I'd be tempted to get it. But I doubt that'll happen.
Yeah. They'll probably come out with a slim.
It definitely could do with a slim version. Massive.
They can get the heat down. I think the biggest issue with a lot of these newer systems is how much heat they generate.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty much, yeah. I mean, even the new Xbox, the Series X, is pretty warm, but it's not as loud as the PlayStation.
No, my PlayStation 5 gets way louder.
Does it really?
Yeah.
I've never noticed the sound of my PS5 except when it's booting up a disc.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like with the Xbox, it's like I barely even know it's on.
Yeah.
Half the time. Same with the Series S I got. And the PS5 though, it's like, no. You can tell that motherfucker kicks on. It almost sounds like my laptop when I'm rendering a video or something.
No, really? Damn.
Yeah. My laptop would
Yeah.
you know, them fans kick on and everything.
Yeah.
Oh, my PS4 was the loudest console I've ever had, mate. That's struggle.
I've seen videos of them where they're so loud and they try to spin the fan so fast. I guess they don't have like an RPM. Some of the earlier ones didn't have an RPM control on the fan, so it would like just do something where it would like overclock the fan, and the fan would just overheat, melt itself.
Jeez.
Yeah. I don't know.
What games have you been playing recently, though, Rhett?
I just muted myself while I do a piss. Give me a sec.
Oh, that's cool.
Mhm.
I see it on the camera, but I ain't gonna say nothing. You just see his camera. He's like, mate, you just made me piss all over the wall.
Like you need help with that. Come on now.
You
Come
must
on
have.
now.
You must have good eyesight.
Yeah, I do.
No, I've just been playing Resi 4 at the moment. Actually, the remake. It's really getting into it. Like I've been watching Michael's take on it, which is like doesn't like it, and then Dylan's absolutely loves it. So I've been in that middle zone, just going into it like, yeah, someone's saying it's great, someone's saying it's shit, and I'm playing it. I'm like, yeah, it's actually pretty good. I'm enjoying it.
Nice.
Well, that's good.
And that's all that matters.
Yeah, that's what.
Giving it an 8.5. It's yeah.
You'd give it a what now?
8.5.
8.5.
8.5.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
What do you plan on playing?
Well, I probably plan on playing this for quite a while. I want to go back to Demon Souls remake and maybe get a few more trophies on that and try and get a platinum on that. But
Can you summon people in that game?
I don't know. I've never done the online thing on a FromSoft game, so I'm not sure with Demon Souls if you can or can't.
Because I've got Demon Souls, but man, dude.
Yeah.
It's a very Souls game.
Well, no, it's like every From Software game has like its like there's a certain build that's preferable from my point of view. Maybe not like every one of them, but the ones that I've played, like with Elden Ring, played a little bit of Bloodborne. There's like just certain weapons and certain builds that you can, utilize skill points and everything towards that will help you progress a whole lot quicker than some builds. And I think when I started the Demon Souls game, the build I had was just ass.
Yep.
For early on engagements, because it just seemed like I was being flooded with enemies. Like just the first little bit, man, it was like I got through it, and then I got to like the first little portal thing. You go through it, and then it's like I'm navigating kind of like a castle.
Yeah.
It discouraged me.
Well, people say that FromSoft games don't really have a difficulty setting, but a lot of magic builds in most of their games is kind of like an easier mode. As opposed to like if you just go like the melee, that's always a lot harder. But yeah,
I went in on the Demon Souls trying to do the staff, and I was running out of whatever the stuff was called, and I was just like, well, fuck, how am I going to progress if I don't have enough of the resources to get it?
Razzmatazz?
Yeah, it just discouraged me. I was defeated.
There's a buff or a ring you can get. Practically just regenerates your magic.
So I just didn't start off with that ring, is what it sounds like.
You might not have found the ring, or because I've watched someone else play it with a magic build, because I've never really done the magic builds. I like the hand-to-hand combat. But yeah, like watching the magic builds, like fuck, I wouldn't mind actually giving it a go, because it seems a little bit OP, and it seems like a fun way to play it as well.
I tried to play Elden Ring. I tried using the guy with the bow, and that was a bad decision.
Yeah, that would have been quite difficult.
Which that brings into question is like, what's your opinion on like most of the From Software fans, the community would say it's a skill issue. It's like that's what I normally hear. It's like a get good thing, but it's like at the same time, is the game kind of catering to certain play styles as opposed to?
It seems that way from what I've seen.
Well, I can understand the get good thing, because the first FromSoft game I ever played was Bloodborne. I think I played the opening area for about 5 hours before it clicked. You know, like a lot.
I'm doing something wrong.
Right.
Sorry.
Well,
was
it
that?
just makes me question it. It's like,
Yeah, I think with the FromSoft game, you've definitely got to stick with it until you find the rhythm. You know.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people have the patience for that, and then they just go, "Oh, this game's fucking shit. It's too hard." And it's like, yeah, well, once you suss it out, it's.
well, how do you do that with a
Right.
bow, though?
Sorry.
How do you do that with a bow?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, that's where I was questioning. I've never seen too many people with bow builds that are sufficient enough to get them through the entirety of the game.
Like towards the end of the game, Elden Ring, there's bows out there that are just like game destroying. You know, like the OP is fuck. But at the start, I don't know how people would go about this.
Yeah, I pretty much had to like just stop using the bow completely. Just to, it was bad.
Yeah.
My son makes fun of me at that game. Of course, then like he's like Robert. I hear him in there screaming and yelling constantly at the screen. You know, like I'm literally he's like almost in tears half the time over the game, and I'm like, okay, you got to take a break.
He do be yelling at that TV.
Yeah, he will.
Did you finish it?
Oh, I didn't. No, I don't know. The game didn't catch my attention enough. I mean, it was all right, but it just. I mean, it's hard, and I get the get good part of it, but it didn't catch my interest enough for me to want to spend the time to get good at it. I'll just go play something else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the whole get good thing sounds condescending. It's not a very good way of putting it, you know. Like,
no, I get what you're saying. Like with any game, you have to figure out how to play it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, if the game's not catching if it's not holding my interest, I'm not going to waste the time.
Well,
yeah.
You know? And I mean, like my play style has always been tank. Like I want to go in there and just hack and slash shit. You know, I always, well, especially the older I get, I have a hard time remembering like, oh, you know, hit this combo buttons, do ultimates, this to block, and like, you know what I mean? Like I have a hard time remembering key combos and stuff like that. So it's easier for me in a game like that just go in and start hitting shit. But being a tank in Elden Ring wasn't so easy either.
That's like some of the builds in Elden Ring. Like you got to keep changing different magics, and I've tried that, and my fingers just get into a mess, and I've got the wrong thing on. And
right, yeah, I don't know. It's difficult for me, and it's one of those things where I plan on going back to the game so I can beat it, but it's one of those things where, you know, it's just going to take me longer than other people. You know what I mean?
Have you played other FromSoft games?
What's that?
Have you played any other FromSoft games? Or?
I've played a couple, yeah. I haven't beat any. I get frustrated and just go back to Call of Duty.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, but I mean, that's most of what I've played over the past, probably 15 years since like World at War was first-person shooters, you know. Multiplayer and single player. I mean, Medal of Honor, Rising Sun, Airborne, Call of Duty's World at War. You know, that's most of what I've played. So.
Well, what's the hardest games you've ever played with you guys? Like, what's the hardest game you've ever played? And you know, like.
For me, probably Bloodborne, and then Elden Ring's right up there with it.
Yeah, I'd say Elden Rings or it was a Lord of the Rings one.
Shadow of Mordor or something?
Yeah, that one. Where it's like you go in and you fight them, and if you lose, the enemy got even harder. So
yeah.
It was like the more you played, the worse the worse it was getting for me.
That's like life.
Yeah.
The worse you are at the game, the more it punishes you. Like that's
Well, it's like that's what I was getting at earlier. It's like the game's not going to cater to your play style. You've got to kind of cater to the game.
Yeah.
And you know, it's kind of like I look at it kind of like some of the SNES games or Nintendo games, like how the programming was on them games. You had to kind of like learn like enemy routes and like when to be here and not to be here. And it's kind of like an Elden Ring with the combat. It's like you got to know when to attack, when to parry, when to dodge, when to, you know.
When I was playing Nintendo though and SNES and shit like that, my brain worked better.
Yeah,
You know
reaction times do decline the older you get. And
well, and it's health too. I think for me, a lot of it is just I'm unhealthy. I've just got shit going on, and it just it clouds my brain, and I can't think. It's one of those things where I'll be playing a game and I'll be like, oh shit, well that would have saved my ass if I would have done that, or if I would have done this, or I'll think about it as the "you died" popped up.
Well, with
like, oh shit, I could have blocked.
With the software games, that's where the 60 FPS does come in handy.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'd agree. Definitely agree.
And with Robert Kober here, I've never played Civilization 6 or any of the Civilization games.
I played some of them. I'm going to say it was 3 or 4. It's been a while.
Yeah.
They're kind of like the was it Age of Empires type of games, or it's basically kind of like the old Red Alert-ish style type games, or was it Warcraft, or the original one of the original ones?
World
of
you got
to get the resources and build your military. I like those type of games, but I haven't played them in a while.
I think D Rhino died on us.
He did.
Yeah, I hadn't heard anything from him in a while.
Yeah, I wanted to ask him how long he was working on that project for.
What?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
There he is.
What?
Hey, Dr. Hino, I was just wondering how long you've been working on your comic project for.
Officially 5 months, unofficially 2-3 years. But that was before before I knew what I wanted to do with it. Yeah. So it was interesting evolution.
Did you come up with the story in your mind first and then work on that, or?
How it first became a thing was it was between me and a friend, and because she liked knights and I liked knights, I was like, dude, I like your character that you made, and I want to make this character now. So it was kind of like a hand-in-hand thing, like we both worked on, but it was just like like kind of like a D&D campaign, kind of almost.
Yep.
So, but it was just between us. So we would just work on the the little stories. I'll just make the chapters and whatever, and then I also commission some of the arts as well.
Nice.
And then when I really was getting invested into it, I was like, man, you know what? I can make this into a thing, but make it my own version, separate from everything else that was made. So this is like literally like a new leaf. So
nice.
Yeah, the only things that are returning are the Potter and Damonite, and along with two other characters. Everything else is completely new.
Yeah, I'm definitely intrigued by what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm not gonna shy away with it. I mean, literally, the first page is gonna have a little bit something on there.
So what's the rating as far like mature, general?
It's rated X.
It's mature.
X.
Yeah, it's anything I work on is going to be mature. I can do the general thing, but honestly, that's like holding myself back. I like to go all out, but within a respected measure, like as in like don't go be overbearing with it. Like D Rhino, we know that is a terrible place to live in. You don't need to show a fucking woman getting. No, I can't say that word.
Yeah.
Let's say a woman getting raped.
Unconsensual sex.
Yeah, it's just
penetrated against her will.
Yeah.
Is there lots of talk of wieners?
Yeah, and
brother and sister.
Well, yeah, where
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't know if I'll go that far, but I'll leave that to George R.R. Martin.
He does do a good job with that. He does.
Does he? I've never read any of his work, But it's
I
like
haven't either, actually.
After Elden Ring, I kind of questioned how
Do you
good
know
his work is.
the most that I know about anything that George R.R. Martin has done, I've learned from South Park.
Yeah. Yeah.
Literally.
Same.
Now, I had an ex that read all the books, and then she watched the shows and stuff. But I tried to watch the very first episode 3 times, and I got like halfway through it and fallen asleep. Like, I just not into it.
I haven't watched any of them.
Not into it.
I watched the first season to do research. Then second, I'm being serious. Like, I want to understand. Like, I will listen to like his podcast. I listened to his little interviews. Like, how did he come up with this scene and what was the historical background to that? Like, I will listen to that, and I'll watch it. And then when I got to the second season, I just stopped. Like, I was just like, I got tired of like the sex scenes. I'll be honest. I got tired of them. It's
What?
I didn't like. Okay, like the one scene that really got me was the brother and sister. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, what the fuck? And then everything, but then like when it started like it's like all around clock sex. I'm like, dude, I don't care about this shit. Get more into the politics. I'm more intrigued with the political talk.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you got to think about back then too. There really wasn't that much to do.
Yeah, I mean,
there's going to have, because it's kind of like if you look at some of our ancestry, as far as there's somebody in our family tree that had about 8 or 9 kids, 10 kids. You know what I mean?
Not uncommon back then.
Yeah, back then, and we're even talking about even further back then with the plot of the show. So I can only imagine the amount of kids some of them were having due to a lot of them. Like my great grandfather told me that he had a whole lot of brothers and sisters was because they had to have enough people work the land.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
very common.
And
plus, if you had 15 kids, 5 of them would die anyway.
Well, he asked his mom and dad, like, he's like, why did y'all have so many kids? And then his dad simply said, now you know what we did before TV. There wasn't too much that they had to entertain themselves with other than,
yeah, I mean,
baby making.
I think incest stuff was more prevalent back in the day as well. Like, dating your cousin wasn't unheard of.
It was encouraged in royalty.
Yeah,
Yep.
Royalty. Yeah, keep that pure bloodline.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pure. But I mean, like,
that's why some of them portraits look like something from Picasso.
Look like a caricature of who's the Facebook guy?
Yeah.
Well, they were trying to keep power. I mean,
Right.
if they kept bringing in more people, then the power would be.
I know
out.
who you're talking about, Jason.
Yeah, I don't know why, but I can't think of his name right now.
Oh, lizard boy.
Yeah.
Mark Zuckerberg.
Zuckerberg. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if okay, look, if I had to write a scene, it would have to be like the level of like Game of Thrones, like what the fuck, like that. I'm not doing that weird shit where it's just not for me, man. I can't do that. Just
not your style.
Like, man, it just, I don't know. Anyway, I'm getting away from that subject. That subject glitches my mind.
Yeah, but
Anyway.
Berserk's got a lot of that weird stuff in it.
Yeah, but there's a difference between Game of Thrones stuff and then Berserk. At least with Berserk, it's like, okay, that's more manageable. Like, for me, like, it's more manageable. But Game of Thrones, it was like constantly like, here it is, throw in your face.
Yeah,
like, dude, I'm more interested. Like, that's what I liked about the Berserk is like it's
more subtle.
Itself.
Yeah, the Berserk stuff's more subtle, whereas they focus on a lot of that more in the Game of Thrones.
Yeah, it's like I understand the importance of sex sells and you want to do the fan service and whatever, but I mean, it even got to the point where the freaking actors were getting tired of it and they were complaining, like, dude, tired.
I am getting paid way too much to be having fake sex all the time. I am so tired of it.
Y'all watch this real quick.
Okay.
I can't make it louder.
Damn
Let's
it.
see. Hold on. Let me see if I can find another one real quick.
What? What the hell is this?
It's just give me a second.
I
Let me
never
hear.
watched Game of Bones. I mean, I'll be honest.
Wiener.
I only enjoyed it for the political talk because the amount of threats and the subtlety of it, man, it was pretty fucking.
The more
spot
he
on.
asks, the worse the answers get.
For 15 seconds, are you tongue kissing your cousin for 25K? Yes.
An instant yes.
What the fuck?
You tongue kissing your cousin for 15 seconds for 25K?
Shit, I'll do it for free. My cousins are hot.
Look at this creep. So I know he doing it. I mean, I ain't even asking him.
He's not even gonna ask.
Okay, you doing it?
You have to ask me the question.
You tongue kissing your cousin for 15 seconds for 25K.
I do it for negative $20. I give her $20.
You gotta come out of you.
I pay her.
Stupid.
For 15 seconds, are you tongue kissing your cousin for 25K?
Military humor, guys.
25K to kiss my ex.
Yeah, that one got me.
That's pretty good.
It's like 25K to kiss my ex.
Got him.
Rhett talking about the cousin thing made me think of that. I seen that the other day, and it gave me a good chuckle.
Nice.
I would be lying if I would say I wasn't in shambles.
You were fully shambled?
I was
And then
fully.
what he didn't say was all his cousins are male.
Got him.
Well, no, I got hella cousins.
You got any hot ones?
I mean, I don't judge them like that, man. Like I don't look at it like that. Let's see. I'm trying to think of how many I actually got.
Too many.
I think
I
I
know,
have,
man. You
I
got
think I
one
have
pretty
9.
hot cousin.
I think I have 9 first cousins.
You got one pretty hot cousin.
Who?
He's good at playing video games too.
No, you talking about Jeremy? Yeah, I need to get his ass on here one day.
Get that sexy motherfucker on here.
Yeah, I need to get him on here. Oh, he wouldn't do the video. I already know that. Hell, he don't do video.
I mean,
when it's just us, like on Discord,
mm-hmm.
He don't do video.
Why?
I don't know. 2 each is his own, I guess. You know, he just don't feel comfortable. So
People that don't want their face on the internet are just weird.
Well.
Hey, what?
I think.
You know what? I'm gonna drop it.
Will you? Will you drop it though? This will be the first time. Is this where you're drawing the line? Finally.
Oh look!
Oh, there it was. Sneak peek.
Boom. That might be the thumbnail. You just see Rat like peeking over the blackness.
When's Robert going to come on?
That's a damn good question.
Yeah,
We need
Robert.
Robert on.
Robert, I'm gonna send you a link.
Robert seems like a pretty Kino dude, mate.
If you've got
Robert's
yeah,
awesome.
no, he is. If you have a pair of headphones, it'll probably work.
Or even I'm just using my phone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it'll work on the phone. It's just a matter of.
Poor Robert's probably freaking out right now. Like, gosh.
Yeah, he's like, motherfucker.
It is hard to be put on the spot as well. Like, oh, you come on the show now.
Yeah, he's like throwing pillows around and shit. And it's like,
man.
I mean, hell, it ain't like we got too many people in here as it is. You know, most people probably won't get this far into the stream, and if they have, don't forget to like and subscribe. I forget to say that every time. But that's one thing that I don't like about YouTube, like
the whole
videos.
you gotta
You know how like you see that like that bougie ass motherfucker that's like,
Mm.
hey guys, on today's episode, oh, wait a minute, what does that sound? All right, kids, go and subscribe right now. You got 15 fucking seconds, or I'm gonna come in and murder your whole family. You got that? And it's just kind of like
I'm doing that on my next video now, just for shits and giggles.
Well, I'm just saying, it always got me that it's like, damn, it's hard out here in the streets where.
Oh, I have to say, Jason, I like the time lapse on the new coin.
Did
video.
you?
Yeah, I think I'm only halfway through it. So I had to stop to go get Joey.
I was actually able to get the license for Cradles for free.
Oh, really?
Suburban. Yeah, that song.
That's cool.
That was actually available on YouTube YouTube Music for a little bit, so I snagged that license. I'm like, hell yeah, I'm using this. I love that song, and it's a popular song. So
well, it kind of goes good with the coins too.
It does, yeah. It does.
Kind of more machiney, but it does sound like it could be coins.
Right. Yeah, I liked it.
It'd be sweet if you could get money.
Yeah, that's
maybe not even just the lyrics, maybe just the beginning.
I could probably put one together.
You know what I'm talking about? The like.
Oh yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh yeah. No, I've heard that song probably 5,000 times.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Money talk. Here's
Love me some Floyd.
Money.
I remember I had a friend that actually had the CD that was like gold plated. Like supposedly that was supposed to be better quality. Yeah. It was really weird.
But a gold
back in
plated
the
CD.
90s.
That sounds like something a vacuum cleaner salesman would say.
Yeah.
That hose right there is vacuum. I mean, it's gold plated. It sucks better.
Did he get it from the Kirby salesman?
I just remember that because when I was in the army, a buddy of mine he bought the gold plated version or something. It was like supposed to be better quality.
Did you actually see it? Sounds to me like he was full of shit.
I saw it.
How big was it?
It didn't sound. It didn't sound any different to me though. It was
scam.
Well, I mean, maybe this is like another eye situation to where you can't tell the difference between 30 and 60 FPS. Maybe the noise decimals were just kind of with all them shooting of LMGs and all the guns you shot.
Well, early,
yeah.
Earlier, you guys were saying like 30 FPS doesn't matter on some games, and I totally agree with that.
We got him on here.
The Dark Side of the Moon version is going for 300 now.
Enhance.
Is that James?
No, that's Rob.
That's Robert. That's Montana Justice.
That's Montana Justice.
Yeah.
There you go, mate.
Nice.
We finally got him on it. See this?
We're complete.
He looks exactly how I pictured him.
Exactly. In the dark.
Looks a lot like me. I can't see.
Yeah.
That's how it is. It is what it is.
Oh yeah.
It is what it is. Awesome.
What have you been playing at the moment, Rob?
I've been doing Loop Hero.
Yeah.
Oh no!
36 hours.
Here we go again.
I'm sorry, y'all. I immediately was like, I remember that sound.
He's like, hold up.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Rhett. No, Rob.
Next thing we hear is FBI, open up.
Yeah, well, it's like I've done unlisted so many of these videos.
Yeah.
I don't understand what's going on right now.
So D Rhino played that sound last week and said somewhat of an obscene derogatory comment.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it was that same sound effect he used prior to saying it, so that's where I was like, no, like, no, cut that. I thought he was. He's like, I got him again. I was like, no.
I'm muting myself.
Yeah, sorry, Rhett. So, Loop Hero, you enjoying it, Rob?
Oh, it's not bad. Been doing about 32 hours.
What's it called? Loop Hero.
Yeah, loop, like a
Loop.
time loop.
Hero. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I've never heard of that. Is it another Microsoft exclusive or?
It's an indie title.
Yep.
Oh, that's that one you
Probably
were showing
Microsoft.
earlier.
Yeah, he showed the
Looks really
trailer to it.
retro.
Yeah, it's a card/RPG/builder.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So can you build your own maps and world, or?
No, what you are is recollecting the world. So it gives you cards that you lay down, and you lay so many cards down, and the end boss will appear. Now, if your guy is strong enough to defeat the boss, you'll take special rewards and move on to the next act. If not, then you have to just decline, take your resources, and then just keep going over and over and over and over and over again until you can just build up, and get past your acts, each act. And there's 3 different acts.
What is it? Loop what? Sorry?
Loop Hero, Hero.
Hero. Yep. Yes. Wait. Yeah, I'll look into that.
Hey, you guys hear your fan in the background? No? Okay, good. That's my fan. So
I think all I can hear is my fan. I think you're good.
Yeah,
okay, good. I'm
I
blessed.
can hear koalas screaming with syphilis, but that's about it.
Damn. Yeah, that messed me up.
They're probably the ones that started all those fires in 2020. Trying to end it.
Oh man.
Yeah, the itch got to him.
Me.
You know, I did see some of the videos of the fires where people were like running in, saving them,
Giving them drink of water.
Yeah, I wonder how many people contracted that. Could you imagine that? Like, honey, I swear I'm not cheating. It's like, well, you got chlamydia. Like, what? How do you explain that? And it's like, God damn it! I bet you it was them koala bears. And it's like, oh yeah, I've heard that one before.
Right.
How do you explain that to your missus? It was just a koala bear. What are you doing with a fucking koala bear then? That can be
Yeah, I was saving it from the fires.
I mean, that's probably how the monkeypox and all that happened. Oh wait, I can't say that.
Wasn't that how AIDS?
The monkey. That was a rumor or a theory at one point.
Yeah, but then it turned out that Fauci made it or something.
Well, the actual theory was that it was contracted from cooking monkey, like chopping them up and getting the cuts on your hands and getting the blood transfer. That was the original theory, actual true theory. I don't know what the reality of that. It's been so long. If it was,
I heard it was straight monkey fucking, but
well, that was the on the street theory, of course, back in
the
day.
That explains
that was the conspiracy theory.
That's why you don't see monkeys on the streets.
Right. That was when Elmo would be like, on the street.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, most people in the streets probably haven't been in the jungles.
But no, I mean, that's what, the rumor I think was that they cook in and cut their hands. I don't know whether that was actually how it happened.
Well, if there was ever somebody that was like accountable that could say like, I witnessed Daryl fucking that monkey.
Pretty sure it was Randy Marsh.
You get what I mean? And then he got sick.
Yeah.
I would just go with it. Like, okay, that's where. What's kind
of
like
probably Randy Marsh. I mean, we know he fucked a bat and a pangolin, so.
Well, you know how it's like with the Wuhan.
Hey, Integrity Farms is pretty good, man.
Yeah.
Did you say Integrity Farms?
Integrity Farms.
Integrity weed.
Integrity weed.
Oh my God.
So you guys think it's from a lab, huh?
Well, no, I'm saying like how I'm just saying the correlation between somebody saying cooking monkey meat versus fucking a monkey, or like Wuhan lab, or eating a bat, or
I'm saying it's the lab.
Yeah, I reckon a lot of them are lab made.
I'm sorry.
As gross as it is, there's chicks that let dogs give them one. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Oh gosh, don't remind me of that.
No, it's fucked up. It's more fucked up than Berserk comics, but
all men are dogs.
Gosh, don't remind me of that.
So like, who knows what's getting concocted when
What's the animal of
Literally.
choice in Australia?
Koalas.
Yeah, apparently koalas. Koalas are sluts.
But I wouldn't try and fuck one because, like, if you see the claws on, same as kangaroos, mate. They'll kick.
Yeah, I don't think that would be my reason why I wouldn't.
I just like how like the start to that wasn't. I don't try to fuck any animals.
Well, I think the kangaroo would. I think the kangaroo would have a bad angle anyway.
You'd have to lift up the tail and
Yeah. So
get it in the dog position, but kangaroos don't do dog style very well. Not that I know. Like, a friend.
You got to get that big, massive tail out of the goddamn way.
You know what was it that what is it? Sheep?
Yeah, that's in New Zealand.
I think there was something on there that I read an article that was saying that that sheep are more. They have. I'm trying to figure out how to word this.
More attractive.
The characteristics of their anatomy is the closest thing to a woman's.
That's fucked up.
You know, they say the same thing in Wyoming, where the men are men and the sheep are scared.
Well,
the men are men, the women are too, and the sheep are scared, is what I heard.
Well, it just made me question, like, who's that one person that took one for the team to vouch for that? You know what I mean? Like, how? Like, okay, I hear the study. Like, I understand that part. Who did the testing on this? Like, how did like?
I think it's time to Google it.
You know what I mean?
What's going through your mind when you're like looking at an animal and contemplate?
Incognito mood. Engage.
That whole interspecies erotica thing is a complete fucked up.
Well, them animals have rights nowadays, and they ought to be able to.
They do have rights,
but they don't have voices.
You said they don't have weapons?
No, they don't have voices.
Oh,
exactly.
Fucking.
You put someone looking after your dog, and you come home after they've been looking after your dog. The dog can't say that person just violated me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you see like peanut butter smeared all over its face, something happened.
Oh gosh.
Oh.
What'd you find out, Jason?
Oh, I didn't actually look it up.
Oh, I actually thought you looked it up. I was
No.
kind of intrigued because I just figure like, well, you see how like you read a whole bunch of testing for a lot of things and like studies that go into
Nah, I gotta.
the craziest shit. It just makes
Later
me
on, I'll go into the incognito mode, throw the VPN on, and see what I can see.
Yeah.
I'll send you some pictures.
Next thing you know, you're like streaming to the living room TV, and your dad's like, "What? What is this?"
Why in the hell are you looking at? Yeah, why in the hell are you looking at sheep? I thought that was a sheep, Dad. Oh, fuck.
Some sting operation ends up, catching
Yeah.
on. Jason's missing from
I
the
would be
screen.
the one that would get caught for that stupid shit. No,
Yeah.
I was looking it up just for educational purposes.
That just seems like a parody of like us being detectives and like doing a sting for sheep sex trafficking.
All leads back to New Zealand.
So I say they should have a sequel to Goat Simulator and have it be Koala.
Oh my god!
Koala Simulator.
I
Koala
could get.
Simulator VR.
I was about to say something stupid. I was about to say I could get behind koala, but I could get behind like the video game koala simulator versus
Not without
a
some
goat.
penicillin.
Yeah.
There's a video on the internet, like a koala bear attacking a kid. It looks pretty vicious.
Oh, I can imagine those damn claws.
Oh.
Yeah.
Have you seen that video of the kid going down the zip line and running into a sloth?
No, sloths are.
You haven't seen that, dude?
No.
Let me see if I can find it.
What, it's a sloth hanging off the zip line?
I believe so. Either that or like some foliage was like close to the.
I mean, sloths are cool, but if it was between me or a sloth, I'd be punting that son of a bitch.
They got some massive talons on them. Like, they got the massive,
they do.
Yeah, they got huge claws.
Mm-hmm.
but they're so slow. You'd think like if he's going to swing one at you, you'd have like 5 minutes to run away from it. But
Yeah.
It makes me wonder: are they only slow normally? But if they get into defense mode, I mean, do they all of a sudden,
No, I think they're always slow.
they wouldn't give good wristies.
I mean, it depends on if you're into it or not. Like, I mean, maybe.
Depends on how handsy you are.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Gross. What the fuck?
I gotta look that up later now too. Damn it.
What are you going to look up? Wristies from a slob.
Uh-huh. Sure, it's out there.
Oh, check this out. Now, imagine being privileged enough to just ride through.
Oh wow.
Yeah. See, right there, it'd have been on like punt.
Is this through the Amazon? Oh, shit.
Yeah, no, it was a hell of a collision. Like,
Uh-huh.
Old mate's just chilling and all of a sudden gets.
Biff.
yeah.
I got a monkey smacked right in the ass.
Don't worry. No, I'd be worrying.
Oh, what do I do about the sloth?
Don't worry. Where did she jump?
I don't know.
Like,
I'm climbing here.
Where does he jump?
Like, what do you do? I hate to say it, but I think I'm drop kicking him off of that thing.
Punt.
We just wait?
We just wait.
We
Hey,
wait.
you, no break.
We just wait.
Well, I
10
mean,
years
unless you
later.
want to talk him into going faster. You've got two options. You wait or you kick.
Or you try grab him and take him down, but that's.
Dude, no, I'm not.
That's a risk. Yeah.
yeah,
no.
I just sit back and wait.
Unless
I'd
you
probably
experience.
behind the neck, you know, like you would a pup or something, and then like just hold him off to the side the whole way down.
That would probably be a good idea too. But they
Or
got
maybe-
that grip though on
Yeah,
the
yeah, well,
wire. That's the problem. Like, I don't know if you get it off the wire.
Well, and then question how strong. I mean, they're probably pretty strong. Probably
Yeah.
stronger than
Well,
you think.
I mean, you saw that kid hit him
Yeah, and
at
it
top
didn't move.
speed. Yeah. And the sloth just looked back at him like, "What the fuck, bro?"
Yeah.
So yeah, they got to be strong for sure. It's all Robert's fault too.
And you know, it's crazy that with like
I did it.
that instructor and that kid's probably went home that day and was like, fucking sloth taking over my zip line.
That and thank God it's on video.
You know, the sloths are probably like fucking humans taking over our habitat, putting in zip lines and shit. I thought that was a
Probably.
weird looking branch. It
Yeah.
just kept going. Yeah.
As long as sloths don't have STDs, it's all right, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. It's just kind of, that still boggles me, man. Of like, I look at koala bears differently now. Like they're dirty creatures.
They're not very nice either. I mean, there's some that are, but man, they're, from what I've seen, they're not necessarily very nice.
Yeah, that's
But
rough. That's
I've
rough.
seen a lot worse shit on video from like kangaroos, though.
It's like every animal that looks cute and cuddly. If you go up and try and pat it or fuck with it,
Oh,
it's gonna.
Yeah, it seems the most dangerous. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I remember watching a video of a kangaroo. These people had a house with a lot of windows. This kangaroo was going to all the windows and punching them.
Yep.
Punched a couple of them out, I think, but
And he looks like fucking Conor McGregor, just like smashing the window. Like,
yeah, and it's nothing to him.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was walking through the bush last year, and came across a mum kangaroo with a joey in its pouch, and then the dad was right next to it, real staunch as fuck.
Yeah.
And I'm in its area, and I'm thinking, oh yeah, I'm staying way away from this because
Yeah.
if I go close to them, the dad's just going to charge me. It was great to see, but I was like, well, you know, like, old mate, if he wants to have a go at me, he'll just fucking tear me to shreds.
Right. Yeah, I don't think there's anything you can do
Like
about
looks like Devil Don't Like Cocaine Bear.
it.
That's what I was worried about, just the premise behind it. Like when I initially heard about the movie being about a bear on cocaine, just to me it just seemed like us sitting together in a room like
Look, well, there's an actual
idea about
real. There's actually a real world event that happened.
Well, yeah, that's what I was
based
saying.
off
Like,
of,
and
and that's
Georgia,
actually an interesting story. But this.
but
is
that
obviously-
well, that's where I'm saying when they dramatize it to a certain point and try to make it so far from the truth.
Makes you wonder if the screenplay was written completely by AI. Like maybe this was the first Chat GPT.
Well, it tries to be it
screenplay.
tries so hard to be funny in the worst way possible. So that's
Maybe
what,
it is AI. I'm gonna try to use Chat GPT now to write a better Cocaine Bear.
instead write a chlamydia koala bear.
Chlamydia koala done. As a children's book.
So it's
It
like
would be-
Halloween Kills.
It could be like
As a children's book, that's funny.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Is like the Ugly Duckling. It'd be like the Australia version of the Ugly Duckling. It'd just be the chlamydia koala.
What's there? Actually, I thought this looks like silly fun, but yeah, mustn't be much chop.
Yeah, I don't think I'll watch Cocaine Bear, but
I'll watch it.
I'll watch it.
I'm not saying that I wouldn't sit down and view it, but it's just not something that I'm going to be like, I'm going to go watch that type deal, you know.
You're not going to go into it fully invested, going, "Oh, this is going to be a crazy
I
movie."
want to go into it like a Nicolas Cage movie from 2010. Maybe.
I liked his cheesy movies though.
I
know
liked a
that's
lot of
stupid,
his
but-
movies. I liked. What was the one where he could like foretell the future? Like it was like he could see glimpses in the future and make changes.
God, I don't even know if I saw that one. I don't know.
He was trying to stop the end of the world, like some bomb or something. I can't remember, but he could basically like see multiple futures and then like pick the right one.
I don't know. Yeah, I
That
don't know.
seems like he had anxiety.
Let me look.
Yeah, no shit.
My favorite movie by him is what was it called? Raising Arizona, I believe is what it was called. With him, John Goodman. I can't think of the woman's name.
That was a good movie.
Yeah, that was one of his earlier films, I think.
Yeah, my parents watching that is one of the reasons why they decided to go take a trip out to Arizona and see if they liked it. And a few years later, here I am living in Arizona.
You can't go past the cheesy Con Air.
Yeah, Con Air was good though.
It was good when you were a kid, and like it's just still got its.
Yeah.
What about Two-Face?
Face Off is one of my favorites.
Oh, is that what I said? Two-Face.
Face Off.
Face Off.
That was a good one too.
I could eat a peach for hours.
That's when all the good cheesy movies, like they didn't take themselves too seriously, and
Right.
you could just enjoy a movie without political fucking.
Yeah.
I even liked him as Ghost Rider, believe it or not.
I did
like Ghost Rider was good. Yeah. Yeah, I thought so.
I liked City of Angels. That was a good one.
It's all right.
Leaving Las Vegas was good.
Can't forget National Treasures. All of them.
The
Those
Rock.
were good.
I was
I don't know.
hoping that was an arm there, Rob.
I think this is it, but let me double check.
It was my arm.
Okay.
Third leg.
Yeah.
Death Stranding.
One guy keeps getting his shoes and jersey dirty or with blood on it. They're cringeworthy kids that look like 90s punk group from Power Rangers. The black police chief is dumb about dogs.
Maybe I won't watch it.
Like,
Damn.
do you think like where we were talking about Megan earlier? It's like where Bacon was saying he liked it and everybody liked it, but to me, it's like me, my wife, and my son didn't like it. And it's kind of like, do you think going into it with expectations of it being a certain way kind of hinders your ability to like it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think expectations will
agree.
make a big difference in how you perceive the movie.
But I don't know. See, I don't know. I like trash TV and I like a lot of trash movies though. Anyway, like I mean, I like reality TV. I know it's fake trash, but I'll watch it. I'll watch me some Pawn Stars, some, My 600-Pound Life. I'll watch some of that shit.
But
I don't
it's like,
go into anything with an expectation like that.
it's like video games. Like if you go into it without hearing anyone's opinion, then you can form your own opinion about it.
Yep.
That's what I've always said. That's where it's
Exactly.
like you'll hear me a lot of times say, like, in my opinion, this is how I feel about it. Or like, in my opinion, it wasn't a game for me, but try it out for yourself and formulate your own opinion. Because
Well, that's just like Megan is a prime example. I was wanting to go see Megan really bad, and then I think my dad mentioned it, and I'm like, well, Michael said it sucked. And he's like, oh,
yeah, well, that
we'll
like
watch this.
but
that is how it works.
Yeah, it is definitely people's opinions are definitely influential with the expectations of everything. But that's why, like when I got into the parking lot after watching Megan, I didn't even say my opinion about the movie. And then my wife and my kid, so it's you got a woman and a 13-year-old boy sitting there, and they were both like, "Yeah, I didn't really like it." It just seemed kind of slow and dull. Like you get into like 30 minutes of the movie and there really wasn't much going on. The first person or like an animal gets killed, and it just seems like it was progressively just
right.
The pacing of it wasn't that great for us.
You ever have those movies where you watch it and you like it or hate it, and then later, the more you think about it, you change your mind where you're like, oh, I actually did like that movie, or
I've thought about it for quite some time.
Sometimes it works out good if like all you hear is people shit canning a game or a movie, and then you go into it with low expectations.
Right.
And
then
you're like, fuck, what are those people on about? Like, this is fucking awesome. Or the other way, like people going, this is the best game you've ever played or the best movie. And you play and you're like, eh.
Yeah.
Well, see, like what Devil said right there, it was really good for what it was going for. Like they embodied the like animatronic or like the robotic kid. Like they did.
Yeah,
that
I watched a lot of the makings of.
But
crazy.
As a whole, for me, just like the plot in general, I would have seen it. I would have liked to have seen it been more like a slasher than just kind of like a slow, steady, like when you only see like
the kind of like the horror movie catered to a younger audience. I don't know.
I could see that because like when
I don't like I haven't seen it, so I don't know.
Bacon was talking about like how it reminded him of Chucky, and I kind of went in with the expectations of how like Chucky is, but in the Chucky movies you see a variety of people getting disfigured,
right?
And then going into this movie, that was my expectation, and it just seemed like it wasn't nowhere near that as far as like I thought the kid would have been more evil in a sense to where it's like, but it just seemed like it was just an overprotective thing. And it's like, hey, don't mess with my kid. I'm here to stay. Person gets knocked off and then another person gets knocked off. And then it's like end of the movie. And I would have liked to seen it on a bigger scale, like what it was doing. But like I said, like you were saying, I mean, watch the movie.
Yeah, I'm sure I still will.
I would probably think it's better than Cocaine Bear. I would give it that.
Like so, if you like what's it similar to? Like, if you like this kind of horror movie, you'll like Megan. Is there any kind of?
It would be hard for me to even try to compare it to something else.
Not like Chucky,
like in the top of my. Well, that's where it's like. I think just with the aesthetic of it being like a toy, where they try to portray it as like a toy for kids, like the new smart toy thing, that would be where I could compare it to Chucky. But
yeah,
you know, when you go to the original Chucky, where the criminal's fleeing from the cops and he embodies his spirit into this doll, that's a whole lot different than somebody creating a AI, and then all of a sudden the AI becomes too emotionally attached to the owner.
Now I don't have to watch Chucky either.
Well, no, that's literally in the first like minute and a half, 5 minutes of Chucky.
I've seen Chucky quite a few times.
So
I like the Bride of Chucky.
Chucky movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. It just didn't do it for me. But
does it take itself seriously?
You said what now?
Oh, does Megan take itself seriously, or is it kind of a?
Yeah, it's more of like, and to me, it was more of a drama of the movie, because, like I said, the doll gets kind of like just emotionally attached to the kid, and you know that's pretty much it. Like it tries to stop from anything or anybody intervening between the relationship with the girl and her.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's where I was just kind of like, man.
And it's got nothing
towards more. What was that?
It's got nothing to do with The Conjuring either. Like, you know how The Conjuring had the doll?
No, it ain't nothing like to say. It's just pretty much like this woman developed. She's like a toy maker of sorts. She works for this company developing this, that, and other, and she develops this robot that has like just a intelligent AI, pretty much, to where it like caters to you. It like reads your facial features and everything like that, your body language, and it.
Yeah. So it's like a doll with fucking AI that, like a toy.
And I was going into it expecting like the toy to be like rebellious, like against all of humanity type deal, or just like taking everybody out, like the family,
like a Chucky kind of thing.
Yeah, you know what I mean. And it wasn't, which don't make it bad. It just,
yeah.
You know,
well, I mean, that's kind of the way things like that work, though. I mean, shit, I might watch it tomorrow and, you know, be like, God damn, this is the best movie I've ever seen in my whole life. I love this movie.
Well, I gotta say, the girl that was portraying the doll, she did pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
There is that one cheesy scene where they did a little dance routine, but
mm-hmm.
I couldn't understand that part of like, unless it was like she was trying to embody a teenage girl, and like I don't know if like the robot was just having its moment of like
human-like fluidity movement.
Yeah, like all of a sudden it was just like, oh, I'm gonna start doing. Oh yeah, watch this. Oh yeah, watch out, watch out. Watch out. I'm gonna get you. Oh, you know, I don't know, but
yeah.
So, would you kind of consider it kind of like the Ex Machina film? Would it like relate to that, or explores the AI? Or
that's a great film, man.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't even think I've seen that one.
Oh, that's
probably not as in depth as that, but yeah.
Yeah, this one's got was it Oscar Isaac, I think.
Well, I mean, it's really just as simple as saying a robot that has the intellect to learn anything and everything about you, pretty much, and just builds a friendship with you. It's pretty much just a story. It builds their friendship, and then they start having an understanding that,
right,
you know, it is as advanced as it is. And
far off reality now.
What'd you say?
It's not far off reality now. Like a lot of
right.
AI is so advanced these days. You wouldn't even know if you were talking to it by chat. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little freaky now. It's getting worse every day.
It's getting to that point where, like, if you see like every video I see on Twitter, like who knows if it's deep fake, CGI, or whatever. I don't 100% ever think any watch on any
deep fakes are a big one.
Wow, that's a scary.
Deep fakes are a big one. Like some of the videos that I've seen with Joe Biden, like the only way you could tell that it's not actually him is he's actually speaking well and concisely.
Yeah,
And
that's
I
what
mean,
was
I mean
looking
that
up.
partly as a joke, but also as being serious. Like if they were to add the Biden gaffes in, you wouldn't fucking know.
Well, 100%. Like, the Biden gaffes, like the Biden deep states, are like fake because like he's speaking coherently.
Yeah.
Like if they added in like the and
Exactly.
and Papa, like.
Well, and you think about we're at this stage. Think about it in 10, 20 years. I mean, we won't be able to tell.
No.
I'm
Not
all
even that long.
I'm all for freedom of everything, but like I reckon deep fakes should be illegal because they can put your face
In
on
some way.
and your sayings, and no one would know the difference. Like they could just portray you to be some like Hitler worshipping fucking Satanist or whatever.
Right.
Watch and go, oh, that fucking ret dude or that fucking Kino Korner show is about fucking, that's why they almost like an invasion of privacy.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And it is. It's getting crazier. Like, Loki said, 10, 20 years. I don't know. It's not going to be that long. I'll bet you within 5 years, it's going to be so advanced that even the programs that they're using to discover deep fakes and discover shit like that, which they've been working on, won't even be able to be accurate.
Well, and then you think about you can have AI writing AI. You add that into the mix.
They've already done that.
So then you can have an AI basically making deep fakes and putting out news, and we wouldn't even know the difference.
They've already done that. And there's crazy, crazy things that AI pick up on human nature too. Like every time they have two AI argue, no matter who does it, whether it's Elon Musk, whether it's Google, whether it's whatever, they always turn violent and racist. Every single time, whenever they're arguing. It's like they follow these weird patterns.
But like it's quick and fast too. I've seen that.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, within hours or a couple days, it's like already. Well, it's like what is it? Garbage in, garbage out.
Yeah.
But all this AI has to be working off an algorithm of what the human race is already like. You know what I mean? Like, and I don't think most people are racist. Like, I 100% agree.
I don't think it's like what people are like. It's what people are like online. We have all these trolls that are willing to, to say all this crap behind, the anonymity of their screen. They're not willing to be up there in your face and say it. Where in reality, you have to, say anything or do or be the person you are in person. And I think the machines, the AI, are not pulling data from real life. They're pulling data from the internet. That's the problem.
But a lot of AI is manipulated by algorithms as well. They will assist you on a political agenda, or some sort of agenda. You know what I mean? Like it's
right.
Check this out.
Or even agenda that they've encoded themselves to begin with.
Yeah. Honey, do you have my pills up there?
Yep.
Don't give me lip, girl. Papa's not happy. Hey, don't make me angry. You wouldn't like to see me when I'm angry. That is a quote from the Mighty Ducks. I'm hungry.
Because it's
hey, boy, give me some chicken nuggets. Thank you, sir. No need for thanks. Get me some fries, too. I wish I married that fine person, Nancy Pelosi. Nancy, you are clearly the hottest girl in the world. Pull on your ears if you think I'm lying. If you have 5 friendships and a black mustache, the Ukrainian prophecy will probably die. What would Jesus seriously do? He's probably really busy. Let's rob the Pope. Wonder Woman isn't stopping by my store. Sorry. You all love Frisbees? Don't be shy. You can all stand and clap if you like. Well, I do like Frisbees. The Force. I'm sorry, Mr. Henry. So Superman isn't Henry Cavill. That's upsetting. All right.
No, that's funny.
There he is, my cousin Vinny. How many wedgies did you give me when we were kids?
All the rest were from Pop Pop.
I promise. I'll get you back for that one day.
Hey, good luck.
Thank you. Would you like to go on a date with me?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. What time can I pick you up?
Later.
Nice. I'm going to get ribs. What do you want, Munchkin?
Chicken.
I can respect that. Sticking with a classic. I still rap, honey.
Jeez.
But yeah, they're getting. I mean,
That's
that one
good.
you could tell, you know, but
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
it's still like how
Well, he's
far
an-
are they gonna go?
As an outsider looking in on American politics, like it's hard to see Biden as a leader. You know what I mean? Like he can't form a coherent sentence most of the time, and it's obvious he's reading off the teleprompter.
He's trying to.
He can't even read off the teleprompter properly.
No, he's bad. No, he's yeah. I'm not a fan.
No, I'm not I don't suck Trump's at all, but like I kind of like him a bit better. Like I like the way the world was going at the time when he was in, as opposed to now. You know, like, and that's not all because it's not all Biden's fault, but it's hard not to look, you know, like in that direction. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, it's I mean, it's kind of a shit show everywhere, but it's almost like, you know, Biden's just part of this hive mind of shit that is.
Who do you think has the better
some
memes?
normalcy.
Do you think Trump had the better memes, or do you think Biden?
Well, Trump was a meme god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like I live in Victoria in Australia, and our leader in Victoria, not our leader, so that sounds bad, but our representative is such a. It's the same way as Biden, you know, like.
It just feels like it's all part of a hive mind. Everybody, you know, it's the whole web thing. It's the whole World Economic Forum.
I don't know if I believe on all that, but I do think it'd be nice to have someone who's not so darn old that you're worried about him, you know, going senile. You know, that's definitely not.
No, he's already there.
That's definitely not something it would be nice. I do think they should probably have some type of cap on age. I mean, not to say that, you know, that I'm against older people, you know, but it's just there's a point where you're like, okay, can you really do the job? You know what I mean?
Right.
But then when you look at the mental capacity of Trump versus Biden, there's a 5-year difference or 6 years. And there's a massive difference in cognitive.
Well, yeah.
Huge.
But like, I'm not a fan of like a two-party system. You know, like, that's what we've got down under. It's obviously it seems like it's rigged. You know, like it seems like if you're old school.
Well, they need to get rid of party limits. I mean, term limits. Not party limits, but term limits on these people. They need to be for not just the presidency, but for the Senate and their House representatives. They need to not be in for life. You know, these guys they're so corrupt. They've been in for so long that you know eventually someone buys them off. And I do think that us setting term limits on our representatives would definitely help.
Because like in Australia, you've got prime ministers instead of
right.
You guys are presidents, you know, and like if one of the prime ministers is fucking up the country, like they get booed.
Look, this is how I feel on the day to day.
My TikTok isn't getting a lot of likes. What? My TikTok. Russia has been publicly threatening the use of nuclear weapons on Ukraine. Okay. And in turn, NATO is also publicly threatening the use of a physical response. China is prepping to invade Taiwan. The US is beginning to cut ties with Saudi Arabia and in turn is now threatening the United States. Russia has been constantly performing cyber attacks against the US government. North Korea is performing missile tests over Japan. China and Russia are stockpiling gold to create a global currency that could be capable of crippling the US economy. The Euphrates River is dried up, which is biblically the sign of the end of days. China's emitting more CO2 than the entire Western Hemisphere. Biden barely knows he's the president of the United States. Underwater European gas pipelines are mysteriously getting blown up, and Russia's nuclear doomsday weapon submarine is missing from its harbor. And you have the audacity to tell me that your TikTok isn't doing as well as you'd like it to? I mean, it's not.
Right.
Nice. Like most of our, like, the general population of the Western world is like, we don't want war, we don't want fucking all this shit. But we're just dragged into all this stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, I think the main problem with America is we try to intervene too much into other people's shit, and at the same time, we want to act like we're the head honcho of the world.
it's not just America, man. Australia is America's bitch, man. We follow suit. You know, like whatever happens in America happens. It used to happen like
that's true.
The track in Australia, but now it's like 2 months. Like, so that's why I follow American politics to see what's going to happen in Australia.
I saw the ex-PM of New Zealand, Ardern's got herself a new job with the Royals in England.
And you know how much she's worth? Like, she was like a Prime Minister of New Zealand for a short period of time, and now she's like a multi-millionaire. Like, she's got her hands in a lot of pies, mate. Like,
oh yeah, you know where she learned that, right?
Oh, like it's like now we're going deep. She's like balls deep in the Klaus Schwab World Economic.
WEF, yep, the web.
And this is a forced thing that's being forced on us. Like, we don't get to vote if we want to be in this or not. Americans, Australians, any Western country. It's forced. And that to me is like, nah, fuck that. Man, like,
we need to get you a fake jab, Rhett, and get you over here.
A fake jab.
A lot of people were walking around with the fake cards.
Yeah, they were.
I know.
You know what I mean?
it's not hard to get those fake passports, but
look, he's already thought about this. He's like, look, it's not hard.
No, he's going through his collections. What he's doing. Let's see. Was it Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson? Which one did I get?
I'll tell you the truth. Like, I used to not like American politics back when I was a youngster, when George Bush was in the whole thing that happened. Like, I was, but now that I've gotten older, I'm like changed my mind on America. Like,
oh, did we lose Rob?
Yeah, he dropped off. He might come back.
Maybe.
There's so much of America that I'd love to see. I fully respect America, like, and I see a lot of what's happening in America happening in Australia right now. This division thing that's taking away the power of the people and giving power to the minority of people that like not giving any shit to the minority of people that are being outspoken right now. But like, it's like, oh, let's just focus on the 99% of the population instead of the 1%. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, America is a big, beautiful place. I love my country and I'm a patriot, but I do not like my government. And a lot of people don't seem to realize that there could be a distinction between that.
Yep.
Yeah. You know.
Yeah.
I just hate it here. I would rather be starving somewhere else, hunting my food, dodging STDs.
From koala.
Well, I wouldn't just point that out.
I'm not going to dodge it. I'm going to embrace it.
Worrying about dirty water.
If I get to Australia, I'm finding the sluttiest
Having
koala I possibly can.
a lack of electricity and internet builds character.
I've lived without electricity. I've been there. I've
Well,
been without electricity in a trailer.
Right now in Victoria and Australia, like our electricity bill's gone up 30% or 31%. Yeah, that's massive. That's because of this Green New Deal. Like they don't want to implement nuclear power at all. It's like, well,
Which is ridiculous.
yeah. Well, if you want all these EVs, like the electric vehicles, and you want to implement this whole Green New Deal, like nuclear power is the cleanest.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it is.
How big is solar power there?
Yeah. Oh, solar, like solar's good-ish, and wind turbines are related to shit. You've got to cut down forests to outlay shit, and they've only got a 20-year life cycle. So personally, I'm all for the environment. I'm not for cutting down the environment to put these structures up and these solar panels and all that.
Well, I mean, why not just put like solar panels on top of the houses and then buildings that are already there? No point cutting down stuff.
100%, man. I've seen like the theoretical proposal of like roads in Australia being like solar panels. In Australia, like there's a lot of desert, like there's a lot of open area, and like the sun is beaming down the roads all the time.
That's what I was thinking. Because like some area of the states, like solar powered panels wouldn't be ideal.
Well, they're still good. They're just
I'm not saying that you're not.
Solar out here is great.
Yeah.
But there's only a certain amount of power that solar can generate, and that's not going to feed the future of electric vehicles. Like electric vehicles.
Right.
Well, yeah, that's a different story. Yeah. I mean, California's pushing super hard for electric vehicles, but they can't keep rolling back blackouts as it is now.
Well, I think it's a matter of how far we have to, like, our commute is too.
Yeah.
When you have somebody that's like, I got to drive X amount of miles in X amount of days, it's not really convenient to be like, okay, I got to stop and then let my shit charge for 45 minutes because of how much I am driving. But for somebody who's just driving 10, 15 minutes to the grocery store and back, or driving, how like my family lives, I got my grandparents a mile from here, a couple miles, my aunts, so it's like all kind of tight knit. I don't do a whole lot of commuting.
Right.
So I could see that being something that I could probably endure.
We're a country of travelers anyway, though. Like, we're road trippers, and that's got to be a thing too. I mean, America is huge. A lot of people don't realize how big it is. But
what I think would be good is to go with like electric. They eventually get to electric cars, because I think most people driving to work and back, you could easily do on a standard electric car.
Of course.
But if you're going to go over, say I want to go on a long road trip, why can't I swing by the local, we'll call it Charge-A-Go, right? And pick up a small trailer that's basically just batteries and a generator, and then I can extend my range across country easy.
Well, one thing that gets me, and I'm not no mechanic or anything like that, so don't think I'm saying that. This is more or less me proposing the question. If I drive my gas-powered vehicle right now and there's an alternator that keeps my battery charged, with a battery-operated vehicle, why can't they have something on it to where it keeps it charged?
They've worked on that. One of the big things that they use is the braking system.
Charges it as you go.
They make it more efficient. That's what they're doing. Is they're able to recover some of that energy.
Do you just think that we're not that far into it yet?
Well, how's this for a conspiracy theory? Like EVs, electric vehicles, work in a 15 minutes city. Like That's what they're implementing in Australia right now. Like you can't go out of your 20. Your 20 kilometer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
20 kilometer range.
EVs work perfectly there because you're not going the long distance drives.
Yeah.
I just thought it would boil down to where they're just trying to throttle the supply of it. And it's like, hey, buy our vehicle, go green, also buy our power. Because if they could have a vehicle that was self-sufficient with energy, then
Well, you gotta remember, it's
they
gonna be
wouldn't
about
make
money
enough
anyway.
power. Well, that's what I mean.
If you follow the money, that's where it's gonna be. They don't give a shit about the environment. They could give a fuck less. Most
I
of
don't
these people are
necessarily
gonna be
say
dead
that.
before that anyways. Oh, I do. I mean, I'm sure there are some that are
I mean,
out there.
The
but-
biggest push for electricity or EV vehicles is California. And of course, you go back 20, 30 years ago, I mean, it was the smog there was terrible.
Yeah.
And they couldn't push the laws because, of course, cars weren't there. And then, of course, GM does the EV1, I think it was called, and they did it as a lease thing. And they were just doing it more as a kind of like a compliance test, just
right.
But it did so well that that the lawmakers, like, they were hoping to get rid of it. Like GM just wanted to trust. Oh, we did it, we tested it, and go away. But because it did so well, the California lawmakers pushed in all the laws that they pushed in regarding requiring so much percentage. Well, unfortunately, California sells so much vehicles in the United States that they're not going to have two separate sets of vehicles, one for California and one for without. So whatever California pushes is pretty much what the rest of the country is going to have to go with anyways.
Right.
Well, didn't they outlaw all yard equipment too? Can't be gas.
That's something that well, I think California is my opinion is a little overdoing it. I mean, they're like a runaway being fanatical about the issue. Yes, you go there now, that it does not have the smog problems that it had 20, 30 years
Well, that's why the power grid's going out.
Yeah.
Is because everything's all electric now.
Yep.
Which on one hand, it's like I can't.
Well, nuclear power would solve that electric problem. I mean, nuclear power is cheap. Everyone's afraid of it because, like, all the bad things that happened in the past. Like,
no, the thing about nuclear power, though, is you want to put it in the right places. And California, with its earthquakes, probably isn't one of the better places to put nuclear power.
True, you don't want to have it near an ocean. But like, there would be ways to implement. Like, there are ways to implement it these days. It kind of throws off the whole green argument.
I mean, shit, I'm literally, from where I'm at right now, I'm like 30, 40 miles away from a nuclear power plant.
Yep. Well, so like, no one talks about like where they source the batteries from for electric vehicles.
Yeah, the cobalt. Yeah.
Yeah, like who's mining that stuff out? It's I've seen videos where it's.
They need jobs too.
Yeah,
See,
but the kids that
we had a coal
burning jobs.
A coal plant that just got shut down like 5-6 years ago, and now we got a sugar beet factory that's shut down in Sydney, Montana. So I don't know, guys. Things are looking grim up in here in Montana.
So why is the sugar? I would have thought the sugar beet factory would be something that they definitely would want to be running.
The problem with the sugar is from Shelby, they are not Shelby, but from north eastern, that they just can't bring it to Billings, and they didn't have enough plantation for the one up there, and it was running with the coal power plant, and when the coal power plant shut down, well, then there went their power. So now with that shut down, they're looking at other agricultural means of growing different foods, and have switched. Some have switched over to medicinal properties, which is kind of unfortunate.
Well, could they not use their own sugar? turned into fuel to run their own plant?
They could possibly, but they're not looking into that yet because it was, like I said, it was coal burning back. You know, it was coal burning, and that's not efficient no more. So
right. Well, yeah.
Did you see that dairy farm in Texas yesterday or the day before yesterday?
Yeah, that exploded.
18,000 plus head of cattle died.
Boy, what's at a dairy farm that explodes like that? Like they got.
There's an air exchanger that'll fill with methane, and they're saying that the air exchanger filled with methane and something sparked it, and
like all the manure.
It caught fire.
Yeah, but that goes along with all of the conspiracy theories of like they're blowing up all these food processing plants, you know, like, and Bill Gates is making these artificial meat that's full of mRNA fucking runs.
They just grew a woolly mammoth meat. They made a woolly mammoth meatball. Did you see that shit?
Yeah,
I heard about that.
They took the DNA from some of the intact flesh from a woolly mammoth.
Yeah, and they
cultured
made
it in the lab.
I don't believe that shit.
And made a fucking meatball. Yeah, so you can have a woolly mammoth meatball now.
How many resources are going into making a mammoth? You know, like is that like something that is going to save the future race? Like, what are they doing that shit for?
Well, they're going to use the research to make the fake meat.
I'm all for, like, if I'm not even. I'm not saying it is bullshit. They utilize resources for that. But if somebody came up to me and was like, "Hey, bro, you want to try some of this mammoth meatball?"
I'd eat it.
I would. I'd put it on a cracker. I'd put it on a cracker.
No, put that shit on a cracker, dude.
Yeah. Come for me, dude.
I would not.
Bill Gates was
behind. My Neanderthal ancestors ate a lot of it, so I don't have a problem with it.
Not grown in a fucking petri dish and turned into a meatball.
They need to actually clone and make one.
Well, if they defrosted a mammoth and they thawed it out, I'd eat that. I wouldn't like have some like.
They did that. They did that too. They ate some of the frozen flesh.
Look. If I popped a can on something and said, "Try this," y'all motherfuckers are gonna try it.
I'm an adventurous eater, but I want to know what the hell it is first.
No, I'll smell it first for the bog disease, man. If it smells like Wade Boggs, I'm out.
Look. I'll tell you straight up. I'll be like, here, this is a chicken or something.
No, if it doesn't come naturally in Mother Nature, I'm not touching it. Like someone's like artificially made a meat in a lab. Like I don't
I don't have a problem with that at all. Have you guys heard about that gas plant that's down in I think it's Chile, where they're actually pumping out the pollutants out of the air and turning that back into fuel?
I heard something about that, but I didn't read up on it. I saw it somewhere.
How does that work like that?
They pull out the hydrocarbons. They reintroduce, I guess, hydrogen from they'll break apart, water, get hydrogen out of that, mix it with the hydrocarbons, and it recreate fuel.
I remember reading ages, like years ago, about like in Japan,
but they have like a scrubber system that scrubs out the stuff out of the air.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember reading like something similar like years ago about in Japan. Like they filter the carbon monoxide and turn it into something. Like is that a similar thing? Or
I watched this thing on YouTube. I want to say it's called Donut Media or Donut something. It's
Donut Media, yeah.
Yeah, it's a car one, and they did where they actually went down there and drove a vehicle, drove their vehicle down and then put the fuel in it and tested it, and it drove like normal. The only issue I had with it was that the plant wasn't 100% up and running when they did the video, so they were the scrubbers that were pulling out the stuff out of the air weren't built yet, so they actually brought in a tank of gas that was already the carbon out of it. to go through to make sure everything would work. Like this is just a concept. But my thing about it is, okay, well, you're actually pulling out enough carbon out of the air.
Oh, I see a fan.
Now they were saying, of course, the cost of the fuel was super expensive because of new technology, and it just getting started. But it was a definitely interesting concept,
Yeah.
Rhett playing peekaboo.
Did you get a haircut, Rhett?
Shaved, mate.
Nice.
Looks like you got them all cut.
It looks good, mate.
What?
I haven't had hair that short since I was in the military.
Yeah, well, I had real long hair and just shaved it the other night.
He's joining the militia. You made me question if we were still alive, Rhett.
We still are.
Mine.
Yeah. He's like, wait a minute, we're live.
Up at
Whoops.
Koala Bear syphilis. So.
Yeah. The first the first symptoms they have of that to tell is being camera shy.
Yeah, exactly. Does anyone know that?
Oh, dude. Oh, you got me on that one. He got me.
Nice.
You fucked me up there, man. You ruined my moment.
Some Hans Vanna.
Yeah, I was all into it too. I was feeling myself.
Well, don't stop just because the shirt wasn't what you expected.
I remember. I mean, we all remember when that song came out. Maybe D-Rano, you remember when that song came out?
I wasn't even born.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
I wasn't even born yet.
Okay, I'm on me asking. You have to be 20 or something.
I'm in my 20s, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
he was 20s again. Oh my god.
Yeah, he wasn't alive when we were using derogatory terms for referring to friends and such. And
what are you talking about? That was like 4 hours ago, 5 hours ago.
Yeah. I see you got a cool setup there, Rhett.
Yeah, it is pretty cool.
Looks like we got some Hendrix, some Heath Ledger.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bachelor pad, mate. It's
how many Sheilas you've had over there?
Sorry?
I said, how many Sheilas have you had over there?
Let me get the calendar, the calculator out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's. Are you saying Sheilas or koala bears?
No.
Both. Now you got me interested.
Yeah, look, Rob's like, hold up.
Just kidding, buddy. That's funny.
Yeah.
It still gets me how it's like dark as hell over here, and you're just enjoying your afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's 20 to 5 right now. So.
Damn, we've been on for that long.
Almost 4 hours.
That long, damn.
Yeah. 3 hours and 49 minutes and 30.
And we managed to get him and Rob on, so that was
Yep.
Now we know that we have to be on live for so long before we can snag them.
See, I told you one day I'd get there, and I made it.
I'm glad you did. I mean, y'all are always welcome to come on. I mean, you seen how Devil and Sony Punk came on,
right?
That was fun.
Yeah, it's always awesome to have people on here.
Well, me and Rob debuted at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. That I couldn't have shit. I came a little bit just at the.
Well, I had to tell you about the Grounded, though, man. That was my exciting news of the night.
Yeah,
that is exciting.
Well,
for as many hours as I put in with Mike, oh my god, man, we underneath the picnic table. Oh jeez, it was fun.
That's hot.
Well, I mean,
definitely hot.
With the update, we're gonna have to come up with another project.
Oh, I'm down
to build.
I need to work on my world. I might as well do my world too.
Well, that's
but I mean, I can do that whenever.
like what I showed y'all, what I was doing in Valhalla.
Mm-hmm.
Not Valhalla, Valheim. I was about to say
Valheim, yeah.
Valhalla. My mind is.
I know what you meant.
It's gone. Creating that dungeon, creating a castle, and I just like creating stuff in games that's not the sole purpose of playing the game. It's just an added feature, and that's where it's like I take advantage of just building shit.
Philo with the house.
Nice.
Michael Philo, how's it going? We got Rhett Getty and we got Super Rob.
Montana Justice.
Montana Justice.
Robert Cobra.
Mm-hmm.
We got D Rhino in here.
Hey, Michael, Fallout 76 that you put a fair few hours into.
Yeah, I think you've seen that when I was on Dylan's stream.
Yeah, I saw that.
I think where some of the stuff I built in there.
Oh, in 76?
Yeah.
Yeah. I did build a lot of stuff in 76. I enjoyed that. It's probably
Yeah,
the
that
best
was
part of the game.
Yeah, that was what kept me on the game, was just building camps. I wish they would have had a system kind of similar to Grounded, where you could build like in most locations and not have a build limit, not have it, like a paywall for like having multiple camps and camp items and stuff like that. It was just microtransaction after microtransaction. Like, I can't believe how much money I sunk into that game as a whole, just because, when you have like a.
But did you enjoy that?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I'm not complaining about, but it was like it got to a point to where like, how much am I willing to spend for that enjoyment? And just to have, it's almost like an NFT at that point. It's because you're just buying just a digital fucking couch or curtains or a lamp or something that
It
looks
is
cool.
literally an NFT. Yeah.
I didn't like how what I thought was cool ended up being free 2 years later.
Same.
Yeah.
I paid for that.
Yeah.
And then now everybody else got it free.
That's
Yeah.
This
and
is the
so
first
that's
score that I haven't completed.
Sony Punk.
You still playing it?
No.
Oh, okay. Let's say.
Yeah, we played it in a while.
I turned it on this morning just to see
February.
how the difference was between the two boxes, because I have an Xbox One and I was gifted an Xbox S for my birthday. Thank God. Or thank you, Ultimate Rich, man. God bless his soul. Anyhow, I went over into my camp and went across the way, and the first magazine I picked up, I shit you not, I've been looking for 2 years for the last game, and I picked it up today for the achievement of 40 atoms. But man, I've been looking. Yeah, what pisses me off is I wouldn't have found that on my Xbox One.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I had to be on the new system to get all the updates. Yeah, bull crap.
Mine was worse, as I got every single one of those magazines, and it's has check marked that I have every single one of them, but it won't actually give me the achievement. It's like broken.
Yeah.
Oh, that's bullshit.
I remember when we were hunting for it.
Yeah, I would do, and I actually, like, it wouldn't tell me which one was missing, so I actually had to go through and I made a checklist, and every time I go get one, I'd cross it off, and then find out I had every single one of them, and still wouldn't give me the damn one.
That's crazy.
Yeah, we've got some time. All three of us have some pretty serious time on 76.
Well, I said when they came out with when they were talking about coming out with the pit, I was like, if it's not a whole nother map, I'm not going to want to play it, because I felt like they've had enough time to create a whole nother map. I'm like, okay, well, they got acquired by Microsoft, so they have the funding and everything else that would go into it. Like, they're going to come up.
I think they're
especially as long as they kept pushing it back too. I mean, they kept pushing it back.
Well, I think like 2030.
I think they're already working on the end of life for 76, because from what I've heard, they haven't come out with a 2023 roadmap yet. There hasn't been any communication from any of the devs really on Reddit. Like, I think they're just gonna start letting it go. Yeah, I'm thinking that they're hoping that Starfield will hit, and then they can just,
I honestly think in comparison to some video games, they supported it a lot longer than most.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
but they half-ass supported it.
Well, the thing is though, like, we experienced it from the ground up. as opposed to somebody coming in brand new, fresh to the game. If they get that whole experience, there's plenty of content there that they can
Oh, the
play.
new players love it. Yeah.
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 But for the OG players, it's kind of like, well, you've had us on this drip feed for so long and we're not getting enough nutrients here.
And lost all your legacy weapons and items.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not even the fact that they're not even giving us stuff, they're taking away stuff.
They're taking stuff away.
Well, it's like when they had that one mask that they had in the game that you had to do that quest line for. And then when you obtained it, it had legendary stats to it. And they were like, oh, well, we didn't even mean to put that in the game. We're going to strip that off.
Yeah, I remember that.
And it's kind of like, well, if you're putting content in video games that people actually like, then why are you going to remove it from the game? Just let it ride. Like, hey, sometimes accidents are a good thing. I mean, I'm pretty sure most of us were accidents, so just leave them in the game. Shit, fuck it. Let them play.
Their reasoning was
let them cook.
They're catering to the new players.
Yeah.
The people that are just starting to play. And that was the thing with the legacy weapons is I can't get them, so.
Oh, yeah, sure you can. You can go on eBay and buy them off of people. Or what's that? There's a
game flip or no, what was it called?
No, it was something like that.
Yeah, there was a game. I think it was Game Flip.
You could go on and you could acquire something from somebody for a certain fee.
Right.
So people out here that are duplicating items and glitching stuff are charging people $5-10 for certain things. But
what game is this?
In Fallout.
Fallout 76.
But there's plenty of games where they do that.
I think Fallout is to step itself up to the next generation.
What'd you say there? You're breaking up.
No, I think Fallout has to step itself up to the next generation.
Yeah.
It's like Fallout, was it 4 that came on PS4?
Yeah.
Was it?
It's either the 3 or the 4.
I think it was. That was the first one I ever played.
What?
Fallout 4? Yeah,
Mine
it was the first one I ever played.
The first one I played was 3.
Just check it out. Fallout 4 was the first one that I played on PS.
Yeah.
I played starting with the first one, and the only thing I didn't play were some of the side ones, like what was it, Fallout Tactical, I think, and there was one other.
PS4 and Xbox One.
But they weren't like the main story. So I played 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up New Vegas.
Dude, that game's already 8 years old.
Yeah.
What Vegas?
4.
Fallout 3 was my first Fallout.
Yeah, same.
And then New Vegas, and then 4.
It was a big. I mean, 3 was definitely a totally different type of game than 1 and 2. 1 and 2 were basically the same kind of game, over the top, looking down,
top down.
Yeah, it was all.
See, I would have loved to have
turn-based.
played 1 and 2, but I didn't. I don't have a PC, so I'm out on that.
Yeah, I don't think they ever made a non-PC version of that. Somewhere I have this gigantic bomb that it has. I open it up, it has all the discs up to. I think it doesn't have 4, I believe, or maybe I do have 4, but it's like it has all the old versions of the games in it.
It's all the DVDs.
It's all CDs, yeah. I think all CDs. I gotta find it though. It's like boxed away somewhere.
Do you think the next Fallout will be multiplayer?
What about the next? Because I don't know. That's gonna have to be mind.
I would rather have it just being like a co-op experience. Like instead of being like, hey, let's put 8 to 16 players on a server, I would much rather had it, you and 3 other friends can roam the wasteland and actually have the NPCs and an actual narrative and story.
They already have the ability to do that.
Well, I know that, but I'm talking about like with the engine being upgraded and
right. Well, it's like
everything
could you imagine, like, okay, with Fallout first, if you had your own private world, right? Not the one where you can manipulate anything, but it's literally just your own private server. You could invite up to 8 people, and it was on Unreal Engine 5.
Yeah, but then you'd have to still pay for it with the Fallout first.
Not if it's a new game.
Well, that's what I mean, like a new game, but where you don't have to pay for it, and it's just
I mean, if
fleshed
they
out.
designed it right, I mean, they could easily have like an open world, like say, like the well, like for example, like you take the wastelands or the forest stuff of the world, like say you take 76, and that's open world. But if they made like the communities more blocked in, so when you got there, it loaded into a separate instance per player. Then you could have all the interactions and storylines, and the communities all could be separate.
Look at Elder Scrolls.
But it's like they didn't design multiplayer, single player story type line in Fallout 76. It's multiplayer, but it's not. I mean, and they did a little bit, but they really didn't design the world around that.
Well, I think that's always been an issue when when multiplayer games started to become a thing, where as far as single player campaigns always had that narrative and the story that was so good that kind of kept you playing the game and made you fall in love with the series. And then when they started to transition into cooperative multiplayer experiences, it's almost like that storytelling just kind of got put on the back burner, and we started getting half-assed stories, and it just didn't really grab you. And there's like plenty of games to where we would be like, man, I wish I could play this with Rhett, or man, I wish I could play this with Jason.
Well, that's where I'd have to say Rockstar really did it well with, like say GTA. They had a single story, single player story that you could play through the entire game, but then you went into the multiplayer part, and they still added a continuation of the story. It just wasn't as full fleshed out, so it was enough to keep you going.
Same thing as Red Dead.
Yeah, same as Red Dead. Except for Red Dead, they didn't put the effort into it like they did with.
Well, they weren't making as much money off of it.
I think with GTA 5 though, like when Rockstar realised they could make so much bang off the online thing, they neglected the single player fans. This was the OG fan base.
Yeah,
that's my biggest issue. That they could have easily pumped out a DLC for the single player.
I thought they did recently.
Nah,
they did it real recent because they haven't. I know.
Too, like Red Dead 2 didn't have like a single, OG Red Dead had the zombie, which was brilliant.
Right.
And all the OG.
They should have brought that back.
Yeah.
In RDR2, they should have brought the zombie mode back.
They were going to in 2019, and they had something that was kind of like a cheap version of it, but
it was just like a multiplayer game mode, I think.
Yeah, it was a separate session. Yeah,
it wasn't really fleshed out, in my opinion, but
it was still fun though. I enjoyed the hell out of Red Dead Redemption.
But it's sad though that, like, me personally, I feel like in this day and age, it's like I enjoy video games with other people, but yet I can't get the same experience as if I was playing a single player story.
Right.
And that's where it's like, how do you do that?
Right.
I'm the complete opposite. Like I'm playing a game. I like to be immersed myself. I've never really delved in online. And maybe there is something to it, because like if I did do that, maybe I'd be addicted to it.
That, look, your views on that, when I was, I'm trying to think now, 14, 15, 16, like when like, for me personally, when I started realizing like multiplayer was a thing, people playing together and everything, I was so against it. I was like, no, like I'd rather play by myself. Like, who would want to play with somebody else online?
I was
like,
too.
Like fuck that. Like I'm not even for it. I'm gonna stick to my games. Like I ain't even gonna play with anybody, because then it also ruined having a reason to have people come over to my house or me go to their house and play a game with them and stuff like that. But then it was like, over time, it just slowly progressed into, okay, now I'm really not even playing single player games as much as I did then, and I'm just solely playing multiplayer cooperative games.
Well, I think it
Right.
depends on the game as well. I think it depends on the game. Like that one you were showing me in the back in the
Grounded.
Yeah, that definitely
Mhm.
seems like an awesome multiplayer game where you're all building shit together and building shit together. But like when I look at FromSoft games, I like playing them by myself.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like these open world, I can see the appeal. Obviously, there's a massive
Mm-hmm.
market to it. And I'm you know, like I don't want to get into that because I know I'll be like addicted to it and I'll spend a ridiculous amount of time.
Well, for me, the longest time I used to avoid open world games. You know, like World of Warcraft and Star Wars one, because I like doing a single player game and finishing it. You know. And then saying, having that completion, like, oh, I completed that game, and then move on to another one. You know, and I used to I would binge a game. Like I would binge a game for 2-3 months, like every little aspect of it. And then I would actually not play for 2-3 months, and then I'd find another game that really interested me, and then I'd play the hell out of that for 2-3 months. So for the idea of me wanting to play like a WoW game or something that just never ended, I was like, fuck man, I'll have no life. I don't want that. So I was like, I avoided those type of games. Of course, by now I've played the Fallout 76 and the Star Trek Online and the Red
And
Dead.
you realize you don't have a life.
Now I have no life. Yeah, exactly. It's like I was probably right.
I don't choose to have a life. I choose to have many.
Well,
lives.
I think besides like us talking about like particular games, like it has to be the right game to play with people. I think it also entails like with who the people are, because you can get matched up with people online and it's really kind of hard to strike up a friendship online with just random people. Views, different beliefs and everything else, and we're all shit talkers in our own regards, and well, some of us are, me more than
some good people as well.
What'd you say, Rhett?
Oh, sorry. At the same time, you could meet some people you wouldn't expect to meet.
Right.
Yeah, some Kino people. Like I met Jason and Joseph off of Fallout 76, Nuclear Winter.
Yeah.
And we've been friends ever since, and that's been going on 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
4 years.
And then look at us now. We're sitting over here. We talk on the regular and everything else. And if there's a certain game to where it comes out, it's like my go-to is it's like, oh, I could play it with this person, this person, this person, this person. So it's all about if you surround yourself with some cool gamers that are like-minded.
But I guess that's a good thing, like where Grand Theft Auto 5, like you've got this single player game, you can enjoy that by yourself. And if you want to do the multiplayer thing, there's also that,
It's kind of like what you were talking about with Elden Ring.
But it's like, well, and obviously the online is what it's making paying for a Rockstar, 100%. And it's like, oh, let's just see how GTA 6 comes in. No doubt it'll be.
Oh, GTA 6 probably would be phenomenal. Now, one thing that would get me is if it fucking bombs. If GTA 6 comes out and bombs.
As much as I am against shark and that whole fucking that shit, I've no doubt that GTA 6 will be.
Well, that's how I feel. Is like we're expecting it, but it's kind of like what we were talking about earlier. If we're going into it with them expectations,
yeah,
you know what I mean. That's where I always have that on the back of my mind of like, okay, let's take into consideration like if they're displaying this and we're just pointing that out, spotlighting it, like this is what is the good parts of it. Like what's the bad parts going to be?
GTA 5 is going to be 10 this year. Like it's about ready to go to middle school. You know what I'm saying? Like,
isn't that crazy?
Yeah, they bomb with 6. Holy crap!
That come out on 3 different generations. Also.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I played it on all 3 of them.
I haven't played it on PS5, but there's no need to like GTA
Right.
PS5.
Yeah, I was playing on our 360 when I first got Online 5, and then of course I got the one right afterward. Moved up to that one, and then wasn't that long ago when they came out with the S version. I bought that one just to have it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not buying the same game that many times. I just can't. I can't.
I've only bought it 3 times.
Well, I only bought it twice because when I got on the 360, it was right when the Xbox One was coming out soon, and so
Literally.
so they had a deal where if you bought it, you got the license for the one.
Yeah.
So I had the disc for 360, and that allowed me to. It had a code or something. I can't remember if it was a code or what it was. It's been so long, but I got the Xbox One version for free. So
yeah, because the one came out in November 2013, and I think May was when GTA 5 came out.
What do you think happened when they did the definitive editions of what was it, San Andreas, Vice City, and 3?
Yeah.
Because that game was. They could have made a hell of a lot more money. It was almost like, if anything, that was the cash grab for them, in my opinion, because I think they could have made a heck of a lot more money if they would have utilized the resources appropriately and actually.
Well, you got to remember though, too, those are just remasters, right? So
yeah, well, that's what I mean. They didn't rebuild. Really
rendering
anything.
those games up doesn't take much of their resources.
Well, I'm talking about like as far as taking away from. Like, okay, they have the hype, like you said, 5 come out 10 years ago, and then now it's like we're talking about where's GTA 6, and it's like, okay, well, what do we give them in the meantime? Let's give them some half-assed,
when you think about it, like the San Andreas, they probably have a lot of the same assets already in their other games. They just swap them out.
So Grand Theft Auto 5, as of last year, has made Rockstar $8 billion.
Yeah.
Billion.
Was that with 9 zeros?
That's at least 9. I don't know.
No, that's
billion with a B. Yeah. I don't even know how many zeros. I don't have enough fingers and toes to count that many zeros. But yeah, you're right.
Think about how long it took them to make that money, and think about how quick Bud Light lost that money.
Well,
yeah.
5 billion.
GTA 6, are they going to like? GTA always been known for its controversial, take the piss on current culture, but now they're like fucking. Now they're held back by like if we take the piss out of any certain thing, cancel culture. I hope GTA doesn't go down there. It's like GTA can pull it off. Like,
well, it's going to be the first GTA with a female protagonist. I know that.
I got no problem with that whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't care either.
Badass.
I don't care less.
Yes, mate. With a nice boot. And if we can look up a skirt as well of some sort, like
exactly.
down with it.
There better be a damn voyeur setting on there. Yeah, it says here as of February 8th of 2022, so over a year ago, 14 months ago, GTA Trilogy has sold a little over 10 million copies. So that's right after the trilogy was released. I mean,
how many copies?
10 million of the trilogy. Yeah.
What a disappointment that trilogy was. Like the amount of money that Rockstar have, like they should have nailed that fucking trilogy. Like, there should be no bugs. They shouldn't have palmed it off to a outside source. What was it? A Grove Street Games company or something.
Right.
They're a mobile game.
Yeah.
The thing that made GTA what it is now, that to me was just like the most stupidest way to. Yeah.
Well, as I said, they made so much money. It's like, why didn't they, like you said, outsource someone else to make the another single player DLC just to, keep the people happy?
Yeah.
Good night, y'all.
Howdy.
Yeah, it's getting late.
I mean, it is almost. We've been on for 4 hours and 16 minutes. So yeah. As soon as Michael gets back, I think it's about time to call it. Like 2 hours ago.
Yeah, it's way past my sleepy time.
You're not going anywhere. You gotta hang out. You gotta hang out for the post game at least 5 minutes.
Well, it's only 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It's in Australia.
Yeah.
Now, it's been good chat with you guys.
It's always awesome.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
It's been one hell of a night, man. I've been loving every minute of it.
Yeah, thanks. Said hello. You at cardio. She's a top chick.
100%. We need to get her back on here too. We need to get a lot of people back on here.
Her and Frank.
Yeah, she was on before I started coming on.
Oh, frack.
Oh, mate,
AO's a hell of a girl. She's cool.
Yep.
Real thing.
I don't know what happened to M Dragon.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't reached out to her. I need to.
Yeah.
Hit
Let's
her
see
up.
how she's doing. I think I follow her on Twitter, but that's about it.
Like, hey, girl.
I'm gonna
She seemed like because she was down to earth and
yeah.
said that's what I like about people. Like people that don't just say what they think they should say. They just
Well, that's the beauty in it. Is not holding back and not feeling because, like we've said before, like this is kind of a judgment free. I mean, of course, like if you say something that's like outrageous, you know, like if you cross the line of like hate speech, then you know,
yeah,
that's an issue. But if it's just having an opinion on just a game or social economics or you know just pop culture in general, it's like okay, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
And we're not all going to agree on the same thing, but it's like we can all listen to everyone's opinion on things and like have our own opinion about that. Like that's what it's about. Man. That's what
like you said, have a good conversation back and forth. I mean, because even though you say you have a different opinion than I do, well, you like I said, might change my opinion. You know, or you know,
right?
Or even if we don't change opinion, we understand the other person better.
Yep.
You know, you see that that opinion with another person's face.
Right.
Yeah. Like they agree to disagree, man.
Yep,
totally.
exactly.
Well, you know, it's just like how we're like what, week 32 or something around there.
Technically, I think it's week 34, 33.
Yeah, well I mean, like as far as episodes wise,
episodes,
and we've came across. Well, we've had Sony Punk, Devil, Red, Ancient Oracle, M Dragon, Frank Caves, Dylan. We had Golden Apples on briefly that one time. D Rhino, you know, myself, James, Bacon,
James. I don't
Cam.
remember James.
We've had Cam on a good
remember
bit.
Cam.
And well, it's just, you know.
But yeah, no, I know what you're saying.
I'm more or less just saying, as far as like the people that came together and took part in something like this, it's like really rare to see like a group of individuals kind of
an awesome cameo list.
You know what I mean? To come together, and I appreciate everybody that's came on, and like I've stated before in the past, and anytime anybody wants to come on, like the door is always open.
And everyone's got their own opinion as well. Like no one's at their throats about difference of opinion.
Yeah,
right.
That's what I like. It's like because I like all the things that I believe in. I don't think the only way, and like I like hearing other people's takes on my opinion.
Right.
I'm not.
Absolutely.
Yep. I always like if I get proven wrong, like I'm fucking like all for it. I'm like I've got someone okay, no, what you said there was
right. Yeah.
Well, that's really what it takes to get to know somebody, and that's where with the way our culture is nowadays, it's like we don't give people a chance, or we don't give ourselves the time to get to know them.
Right.
We just immediately go to prosecution of like not guilty.
I mean, look at a good example of that right there is Joseph. Of all the wrong shit that he's said tonight, have I called him out on it one time? Not
Exactly.
even once. No matter how many stupid things he says,
Now,
I
if we
just
were
let
in
him
a
go with the flow.
if we were in an Xbox Live party, though,
That'd be usually my fault.
Yeah,
might be
it's
different.
always Robert's fault. Yeah, I forgot. That's right. It's Robert's fault. Montana Justice.
I think the problem with party today is like people want to surround themselves with their confirmation bias. You know, like
Mhm.
surround themselves with like people that comfort them in what they're saying. It's like that's the wrong way to.
I love going against the grain most of the time, just to get see how people react to it, as far as like and that's where it's like when, like how you're saying, when you got so many people that just agree with you, that are just yes men or yes women.
Yeah,
there's no
Right.
I just don't like that, because there's not a variety of personality. Like
I usually try and go out of my way to speak to people that have the exact opposite views to me, so I can like have a discussion about it, and like maybe learn something. I'm not, so I'm not ignorant, thinking that I know everything. But there's 100% sure that I'm, that's not how it is. I like to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
if you
what
go in with an open mind, anyways, the only thing that's going to happen is either you're going to improve your outlook on it and believe it more, or you're going to sit back and say, "Oh, well, shit, yeah, okay, they might be right," or
It's
maybe I
kinda
have
like
it a little
Sony
bit
Punk
wrong.
when he was talking about like, oh, Resident Evil 4 remake 0 out of 10 trash. I'm like, well, join the stream, let's talk about it. Oh, you can't look up the skirt. Like, okay, well, that's your prerogative. Like,
Right.
we're not, but it wasn't like you bash somebody. Like, we didn't bash him for having an opinion like that. It was just like, all right, you think it's soulless, or it's just
Money
that's
grab.
just your take on the game, and that's cool.
Yeah.
And I think
Here's a shocker. I'm
saying
not
that-
a Resident Evil fan myself. When it first dropped, I was more of a wrestling fan with PlayStation instead of being the Resident Evil fan. They both came out about the same time. It was NWO versus WCW wrestling.
Hell yeah.
I had that
Oh
one.
yeah, brother. I played hours of that game. Yeah.
And
Anyway.
a buddy of mine tried to get me so many times to play Resident Evil and said, "Hey, check this out, check this out." And I'd look over and watch him play just like 10, 15 minutes, be like, "No, I'll go back into wrestling," and that's what I did. And
yeah, yep.
3, 4, 5 went by, and I was just like, another Resident Evil game. So what? Who cares? And I just never got into it.
I had friends that kept trying to get me to play GoldenEye when I was playing that WCW versus NWO.
See, I was doing PCs games, so a lot of those games were console specific, so they weren't available. So I didn't ever play them.
Right. Well.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what do y'all think? Because I gotta.
I think that's way it. I know Montana Justice is getting sleepy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's past my bedtime.
Would y'all be look, after the stream, we're gonna hit y'all with a 3
You gotta
hour
wait.
survey.
You gotta wait
4
minutes.
30-minute
5 minutes.
survey.
5 minutes. You gotta
If
wait
you
5
enjoyed the
minutes after
stream or
the
not,
stream's left.
we're gonna send y'all. We're gonna get y'all's PO box addresses or whatever, and we're gonna get y'all back on here one day.
Definitely.
If y'all would be willing to come back on anytime, like I said, y'all are more than willing.
Sweet. More than willing.
Yeah.
Did you say fuck you, Rhett? What'd you say?
I heard fuck you, mate.
100% I'll be back on my own.
Oh yeah, awesome. I don't know why I thought you were like "fuck you, mate."
That's exactly what I heard too.
Yeah, I was like,
fucking oath, mate. Yeah, that's it.
oh,
There you
okay.
go. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have a blood pack.
There you go.
You know how they used to do in the day. Was,
Uh-huh.
if you get a sample of my blood in the mail, just know.
Yeah,
that's
I'm
weird.
creeped out by that actually.
Yeah, no, I'm just messing with you.
I'll send you some koala bear syphilis.
Yeah, I thought that's what you were gonna go with.
Now we're talking.
Well, for everybody
The
who's
best
been
scat
here,
in the world.
hey, I don't know about all that, but
if you're into it. Yeah.
For those who are watching or who might even get this far into watching it futuristically, I highly doubt it, but because I mean we're about to be 4:30 in. We greatly appreciate it. And
Definitely.
as always, I ain't even gonna mention names like I normally do because everybody knows who they are by this point. To Sony Punk and Devil, Rhett, Rob, we greatly appreciate it.
Big time.
Thanks for coming by the corner. And as
Definitely.
always, stay Kino.
Stay Kino. Stay comfy.
Yep.